Good evening and welcome. So, it's Sunday again, and finally people show up because it's Factorio night. Yay! Factorio night! So, what are we gonna do today? Well, play Factorio, I guess. We have a ship sent out on a bit of a suicide mission to the Shattered Planet. I'm sure it'll get there because if you watch my latest YouTube, you know it will get there. Because I kind of overtook it during the week with my parallel YouTube series. And then the question is then, what should we do once we sort of have reached the shadow planet? Because that was kind of my last big goal that I was like, oh, I at some point when I don't have anything else to do, I'll reach the shadow planet. And now we just did that and have a functional ship. We might need another one because we're gonna lose the one we have. But what what will be the next thing for us? Don't know. I have no idea. I I have a lot of things that I want to dive into, but that's more like masterclass ish, and I don't think it's masterclass time yet. I would like to have rebuild Gleber. Gleber is perfect. Gleber is perfect. Awesome. We've done rebuild that several times, and now it's kind of working, right? Kind of working. I mean, what more can you ask for Gleber? Kind of working is the highest quality standard you could expect from Gleber. Kind of working. So I do have some, like, if I wanted to continue to scale, and I'm not sure that's what makes the most sense. Oh yeah, by the way, regarding the masterclass thing, I do want to make masterclasses. I am just a little bit cautious about getting started on it. I would have loved for right now to be a time when Captain of Industry or Dyson Sphere would announce something coming next week. Yay, awesome, let's dive in. And then we can dive in, we can forget about Factorio for a bit, and then we can come back and then have sort of a little bit more of a fresh perspective on what we will do from there. Upgrade the novice. The thing is, there's really not much reason to upgrade novice. Like, it's not really doing much. Like, everything, it's not really doing anything meaningful. So upgrading it for what purpose? That's not correct, entirely correct. It is my top of mind thing is actually going to novice and upgrading that. So it's not completely off. It's just like upgrading the bus is not going to do as much. But it's like there's something there if I wanted to continue to scale. But I kind of don't want to transition directly into a masterclass setup. I'd like there to be sort of something else, both for YouTube and for Twitch, and then we'll come back and then there'll be sort of some back to Factorio, yay! Because of course I don't know if it'll be like a new playthrough or it'll just be more of a sort of like we did, like experimenting and coming up with ideas and just sort of refining builds. I think that would make sense as well. I think that everything would kind of need a couple of different build levels, right? The Centode, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for everything. Everything indeed. That's a lot. We can finish today and switch today to Captain Industry. No, we can't because there's nothing in Captain Industry for us to play. So I'm not going to be playing Dyson Sphere, Factorio, Satisfactory, Captain Industry, any of the games that I really like without there being a reason for it to come back. So it has to be something new, something different. And if I go and play Captain Industry now, then all the questions will be about, oh, is this a new update? I'm like, no, it's not the new update. And then when the new update comes out in a month, then no one has any interest because everyone's saturated with Captain Industry, including me. So we're not going to be doing anything for Captain Industry until they release the version of trains and stuff, and then we'll go in and play a new game and figure out how that meshes, how trains will actually work. Yeah, I don't know how they'll work. I'm honestly a little bit cautious about how is it actually going to work, because we haven't really seen a huge need for trains because the distances are not that significant. But maybe there'll be a difference, and sure, on the Kurland build there might be like good reason to build it if you yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, and we'll see how it works. How it works. It also depends on how cumbersome it is to set up the trains. So, yeah. So it's kind of like a video game palette cleanser. Yes, indeed, kind of. So, or I mean, ideally it would be Captain Dyson Sphere program. We had a lot of fun with Dyson Sphere program. And they were like, on the 23rd of January, they released something and said, but before we take this yearly break, we're bringing you an update with some new features. And there was some like minor things. Like, it's nice and all, but not something that warrants us coming back and replaying anything. So unfortunately, there's no talk about how much they're progressing. So with the new update. So that's little concerning, which means that it's not right around the corner. I mean, we don't know. They're not much forthcoming here. There. So. Reaction stream on Factorio. Don't do reactions. But I am planning a retrospective video for Factorio, suggested by a moderator, and I think it makes sense to sort of, okay, it's been out for half a year, I guess, almost like mid-October to mid-November, mid-December, mid-January, mid-Feb. Okay, so 4 months. And I put about 1,000 hours in, so I don't know, not quite, but almost, I think. 8,500 hours now, and I would think it was like 7,500 when we started, so probably about 1,000 hours into Factorio in the last 4 months. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a lot. And Wind Courage, thank you for the Prime. Okay, so what I am thinking would be interesting to do, if we are going to not go into sort of specific designs, masterclass designs, is two things combined. Right, so we can't really scale up any further with our builds because we can't get stuff fast enough out of the damn, what's it called? I don't know. So in order for us to get more throughput, we'd have to do something else. And what the hell is that something else? Because we can't put it on belts and then go, so what exactly is it? I hate the fact that we can't use belts anymore. That belts are just not good enough. Make as much science of Nilaus as possible. Yeah, that's one thing. But that's... Is it really helping? Because I'm thinking, okay, you can have if you take the landing pad and then surround it with beacons and, no, not with beacons, with robot ports, you can get a lot of robot throughput out of it. And that has to be brought into what? You can't transport things with robots very far because then they become super inefficient. And therefore, where can you bring it? You can bring it into trains. And then we get into the, oh shit, trains suck. Trains are really, really bad. So that means, like, I don't know. I'm thinking, how would I make the landing pad and then some train stations nearby? Because we'd have to get everything that, let's say we build everything we can on Nilaus. Then we would have to put those on trains and then have those trains go into, I don't know, several different locations. We each with a specific science block that would then have 12 so this is the thing, like, would it have 12 stations or would it have one station with 12 wagons? Or maybe multiple with 12 wagons, but like, is a train coming in with all 12 ingredients on it? A great product owner, no, another great product owner, a great solution architect would do that. A product owner would say, I want it solved. I want this. This is what we want. We want 480 signs per second. It would take so long to build it up on Novice and connect new resources again and again. Too much effort. The thing is, the resources, not really. Like, I think that we can get, like, with our mining productivity, we can actually get pretty absurd amounts of resources out. So we just need one patch for each thing. But of course, yeah, if you need some red signs and green signs, then you're gonna get some copper and iron, and it has to be smelted, and then that has to be so on and so forth, which means that you still have to get to wherever that is gonna be placed at. You have to get calcite out there to do the smelting, which is another issue. Like, then we have to get more calcite in, which means landing pad. That means the landing pad has to make sure that the calcite goes out of there as well. Like, ideally, we want as few things coming into Novice as possible because we need the throughput for research for science. That's kind of how I see the end game. But it would be kind of fun to try to build like mega science bases on Novice. The only question would be, would we get ore inbound, or would we get refined metals inbound? I think that metals would be better. Would it? See, yeah. So there, when doing this kind of mega basing, there's always like the decision, like where do you sort of cut off from saying this is a product that's being delivered and this is sort of an intermediate. For example, you can say, okay, I have mining location, that they take it into smelting location, they take it into green circuit production, and then the green circuit goes into a red circuit, and then the red circuit goes into a blue circuit, and the blue circuit goes into the yellow science factory. Woohoo! Or you can say, I get iron and copper into and steel and lubricant, and anything else? No, into the yellow science factory, and then in that factory I process it into green circuits and red circuits and blue circuits and whatever else. Like, those are the kind of things you have to decide what makes most sense, and lots of possibilities and good answers, but hard to say what is the best. Yeah, I mean, this is still that was also the case in normal Factorio. There would be an argument for saying, like, I keep all my ore separate because then the iron can go into steel or into iron, or and then I would take the iron plates and steel plates because they have higher compression and take those on trains into my final factories. That makes sense. That's what I did. But then I would also take the iron and copper and send that into a green circuit factory, and then have the green circuit factory send out green circuits. But then it becomes a little bit silly when you make green science, for example, because you're needing some iron and you need some green circuits, and are like, I might as well just get the copper, right? It's fine. But on the other hand, now with copper, you really shouldn't be bringing in copper plates, because copper plates plus electromagnetic plants is still better. It's at least as good, right? We don't have to care about. Oh yeah. So here's the thing. We don't care about efficiency of resources, raw resources. That is completely irrelevant. We have infinite, and we can get as much as we want. So it's more about throughput. The throughput is the main point, and that's where I think we'll have major issues, because, yeah. 1.8 train or 2.8 trains are just not very good. They're just not very good. Like, they're really bad. Like, 4,000, that's 32,000 copper or iron coming in, and that's just going to be consumed so fast. On the other hand, productivity, maybe with 300, almost 300 productivity. Yeah, so that's kind of one of the first things we'd have to say. For example, if, let's say, we wanted to build a yellow science factory, dedicated yellow science factory, this is delivering something. And maybe that would be designed to produce 240 per second. And then we sort of have to say, okay, 240 per second, then how much would that be if I put it into 8 wagons? That means I have to put 30 per second into each wagon, and each wagon can contain 8,000. Okay, so that still takes quite a while to fill up the train. 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. So that's fine. So you can do that. But on the other hand, then we'd sort of have to count backwards and say, for example, something like purple science has an ungodly amount of resources. What was it? 60 purple science requires 190 steel. That's kind of a lot. So that would be 760 steel per second inbound to get 240 purple science outbound. And they're like, then that divided by trains of 8 wagons, that means I have to get 95 per second out of a train wagon. And it is 4,000 times divided by 95. That means still 42 seconds. Like, a train every 42 seconds is not bad. Kind of is. To do science by drones like the other gamer. The other gamer? I don't know who the other gamer is. But I dislike robots for science over long distances. I don't think it has very high throughput. And I have another concern regarding robots, is that it completely destroys the YouTube and Twitch compression. So it ruins the quality of the stream if there are 100,000 robots. When you play yourself, you can ignore, you can sort of not look at it. But if I put it on a live stream, it completely degrades the quality. So I don't want to be having 100,000 robots just flying over the screen all the time, because then it's going to be an unwatchable stream. So I want them to sort of primarily go in batches for filling up a train or something like that, but not really anything else. Banjo, thank you for the 4 months. How's your day been? Completely useless. I have not done anything meaningful today, and I hate it. So that's how my day has been. So, yeah, so I think it'll be fun to play on Novice. And also another consideration is that we should try the new city block layout. Just figuring out how that would potentially work in this setting. So that's probably where we want to go. That's kind of my saw something yesterday. No, hope not. No, not really. Not particularly. But I was also a little disappointed about the game yesterday, about it not being so fun as I'd hoped. I also watched a little bit today, and I could really feel that since I now don't have an interest in playing it, then I also kind of feel it's a little bit repetitive watching it. I go like, oh yeah, that's that boss down there. Okay, yeah, that's that one. Yeah, okay, and I go, yeah, okay. And sure, it's a network test, and there's going to be more content and all that stuff. But I have a feeling that it gets repetitive real quick. And maybe that's okay, because that's kind of how it is. It's not going to be, you're not playing Fortnite for the, ooh, look at that cute, nice scenery. You do it for the gameplay, and therefore, if the gameplay is strong enough, I just don't really feel it is. Close to all patches, deliver calcite there by train, and deliver completed science work with trains close to the landing pad. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be close to the landing pad. Because from the landing pad, I'll get things onto trains as well, and then I just have to figure out how the hell are we going to do the trains.
Our illustrious champion.
Amicius, thank you for the 14 months. So, let's jump in. It's 07, 6 days ago. Ooh, 70 days, nice. Right, who is still making some railgun shooting speed, not that it really matters. And we have to accept the fact that this ship is probably lost because, yeah, we don't have enough fusion cells. And that's just too bad. We still want to go all the way out there. I think I wanted to, that, so we can see the FPS here. So we are out here 2.8 million kilometers out. Battle Nagari is flying back. Yes. Distance to the planet is increasing. And you're flying back with a not full location yet, but it will be full by the time it comes back. And these ones are a little bit bigger than the ones on my YouTube episode, so this ship is going up to 270 because it comes back with 540, which is a little bit more than I needed. And then this ship is just going back and forth. And awesome. Hope my ship survives. It will. Your ship will survive. Magmarel is unfortunately forfeit. And then we have the Barthak ship, which needs to be torn apart and rebuilt. Right, this is ready to... Oh my god, that's a lot of junk. Is it full? Or is it just... Oh no, it's not. Definitely not full. Okay, so once we do this, we're going to throw everything we don't need overboard. There'll just be all of these. Oh, that's incorrect. Actually, that's kind of funny. I don't need to do that. I can just do that. So much easier. There you go. Clean that up. I'm still on the way here with this one. Whee! Polluting. What is it called? This something threshold where there's too much junk in orbit and then they start colliding, and then from that one it's like a cascading effect. Please let that happen. Just turn off all communications, all satellites in orbit. There's this threshold. Hello, from. Someone must be able to remember that. The Kessler syndrome. Yes, thank you. What is this? This is me junking all my weapons. This is rearmament. There's just been a peace, and now we're getting rid of our weapons. Now it's simply because I don't want to be carrying it in here when I need to build the new thing, and I don't bother with building. We're gonna have to rebuild it. We have infinite resources in space, so yay. This one, I'll take that out and then get another one where I'll start requesting some of this. Might as well. I don't know if 5,000. This is probably the right number to get started with. Did you make it? I made it on my YouTube series, but this one for our Twitch series, it's still in progress. It's still flying out here. It's flying at 300, and at some point we'll set it down to 250. Yeah, it is actually starting to dip a little bit. Maybe we should sort of monitor this and then set up a condition here that says and then I guess you also... Are you also getting the content on the belt? Yes, you are. Okay, so I can do that. And I can do this. Oh no. Okay. And then this one is going to be... And this is greater than 5,000. 6,000. Then you fly 300. Maybe it needs to be 7,000. Yeah? And then you take the other one. And then it's less than 7,000. No. What was the other one? This is when it's greater than, then this is when it's less than. And let's make sure that it's less than or equal to, just for, it shouldn't be a thing. Then that, if that's the case, we'll slow down to 250. That. And what's the speed now? M? That's not good. Why is that?
Our illustrious champion returns.
Why is the max speed? Oh, both are on. You should not be on. Oh, and. Let's get another one in here. And Torman, thank you for the tier 2 for 69 months. Nice. Then it should also have an and condition for this one is still greater than 3,000 or even 4,000. Right? So it's if it's greater than 4,000 but still less than 7,000, then you fly at 250. And in this one, okay, it's just if it's less than or equal to 4,000, then you fly at 200. Then it should be self-regulating once I fix these. Good. And let's check this perimeter here. This one says it's about 300, and it looks like that's correct. This is the... If it's more than 7,000, fly at that speed. When it drops below, and we can see that it is dropping below. It was at 8,000 a little bit before, and now it's down to 7,600. So it is dropping. This ship is... Ooh, nice. All right. Then I take you out. Oh, I forgot something. Before doing that, I should have reached this. There we go. Like that. Then I deliberately only take the top part. Because that is the most critical part. The power plant and the that one, yeah? So once I have that, we can worry about the rest later. Smashing. And then it should start requesting things soon. Oh wow, we don't even have enough of that. What the hell are those things doing? You... Oh shit, I'm just dropping the wrong things. And I will also, in here, I will get that one. And I'll get... Do I need oil? No. But let's get this on board, and you also should be here. Definitely not request this. And we have a little bit of solar panels now, which should be nice. Should get us going on this part here. Good. And this will just slowly trickle along. Let's have a look here and see if our condition is getting there. This is, oh, it's up to, oh, my guess would be that we have dipped below and then it has bounced back. Let's have a look on the production speed, production of that and that. That's the consumption speed. Yeah, I can't really see. Oh, there's a little bounce on consumption. I don't know if that's variation or something else. Maybe when I messed with this, I accidentally had two conditions live at the same time, and then it turned up the speed, and as it turned up the speed, it was going crazy with rocket launching. It's still a pretty decent rocket launch. Can you make the fuel cells legendary? No, I can actually not. It's not possible to make legendary fuel cells, and because of that, it's... Okay, they're actually making... Ooh. Ah, okay, never mind. Not really a problem. But if I look at this here... Huh? Oh, here. No. If you see, there's no impact for legendary. It doesn't change the fuel value. So, there's no point in making it legendary. Oh, it drops. Oh, it doesn't drop. It seems stable now. But it's nice to have this condition. And it's just continuing. So this is fine. And here, this is just going back and forth. We are now filling up. We're at almost 400,000. And then when it comes back, it's just going to sit there. Yeah. And this is just flashing a little bit. I need to wait until I get these in here. That is unfortunately not something we have for some reason, so we'll find out why. Old ship. Well, you got it. So you're actually heading to Nilaus, and then you'll drop this off and everyone will be happy. So that's good. Railgun damage doesn't make sense now, because they pierce and they deal full damage to everything, so they will one-shot everything, so... Can you recommend a series of what? Building another premium ship? Yes, because we're losing Magmarel soon. My Magmarel is running out of power before we get back, so we have to have two of these going back and forth. So this is a lost cause, which actually makes this a little bit ironic that I built it. So let's actually make that copied over to Battle Nagari as well. Not that we really need it here, but... Oh, no, that's actually not going to work. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, that's actually fine. Yeah, I'd have to take it out. Otherwise, if I override it, the lines might be... They don't get overridden. They get sort of reapplied on top. Speed of Mac? Magmarel? Yeah, no, I do, yes, here. This is a speed limiter where it says if there's more than 7,000 rockets moving around, then fly at 300. If there's between 4th and 8th and 7,000, then fly at 250. And if it drops below 4,000, then drop all the way down to 200. And then it will self-regulate. Hello, Randomax. Do you gain the UPS back when the Shattered Planet ships are not running? Yes. Yep. It is. It's exclusively all this bullshit here that's causing the drop. You can even see, like, just me looking at it is just causing it to get worse. Yeah, let's see. We go up to 31. And look at the mess. Then it gets worse. And if I go back here, then it should get a little bit better as well. See, now we get up to 38 even. Woo, amazing. All right, so we were looking at something down here. A potential, but man, it feels sluggish. So my idea was that, oh yeah, we'll actually have it further out. Here. This is my proposal for new city blocks. I'm not sure about these, or I am sure that it's not going to be like this, but Okay. So let me talk a little about rationalization about the new city block. So it looks rather like the old city block. While the old city block is this part here, then the new city block is this part. It's still, and why do I decide to make it smaller? Well, if I compare it to these things here, then it's bigger. So these blocks here are a lot smaller. But back on Novice here, what I want to achieve is, the first thing is, I want my city block pattern to always have a full network coverage. That's a given. I will not play without a network coverage like this. It doesn't matter how big the base is. This is how my bases look. It is one continuous Roboport covered base. And then, yeah, sure, there can be some exceptions on out here, but that's but the base is one base. The reason why I do that is I absolutely hate the fact that I'm out here and building something and then I don't have enough of these, or I'm missing one pipe, and then I'm like, ugh. Then I have to run back, and then as soon as you sort of move back and forth, then you drop out of one Roboport network, and then all the 1,000 drones that were flying to you, they turn around, and you jump back in, and they go like, no, we're flying back now, and another 1,000 robots dispatch. That kind of thing is just too annoying for me, and I like to sort of be there, build, and then the drones will come in continuously with new resources for me, so I can always build without sort of filling up a buffer and going out and go back and fill up the buffer. So it's just kind of how I want.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Would increasing the speed save the Shadow Planet ship? No, it won't. Thank you for the 59 months. Thank you very much. So this is why I have one continuous network, because if something breaks, if I want to change something, then I can just start building it and then it'll work. So that means this is a hard condition. Full continuous network. Good. Right. So the next part is, let's look at the problem of the normal classic city block. Let's look at it back on the base here. I think it's most eloquently illustrated here, where I can't maintain that because look at the shit I still have in my base. This block is, it's always in the way. Like, it's always in the way. It's always in the way. It's always in the way. And because I'm building something and I'm pretending that I have basically 100 by 100, which I don't have. So I maybe have like 90 by 90, and then these Roboports are getting in the way very much. So it ends up being like I have a slim part here, and maybe I can build something out here. And I kind of have to work around it, and it's just not always convenient, or it's more often than not very inconvenient. Then if we look at what is generally the case in Space Age is that builds are a lot smaller. My most extreme point is actually probably this. This is 1,000 steel per second. I don't need a lot of space. I need a lot of space for launcher, yes. But this thing isn't it? I think it's 9, isn't? Yeah, almost 900. 900 per second. So, yeah. Does the Shadow Planet have solar panels in storage? Yes, it does, but it doesn't matter. They are 1% effective, and with all the shit that we have there, and I don't have accumulators because that would require batteries that I don't have. So I can't store it, and I can just only have to. So it is dead. There's no way around it. I just wanted to get there. It is a glorious sacrifice that Magmaril is doing. Yeah, giving his life for the honor of the house. And we will live on. We'll honor the sacrifice of blood. And yeah, I've been watching Gladiator, watching Spartacus, so we're much about the blood in the sand and honor and the brotherhood. And yeah, I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows, Spartacus, except when they changed the main character. I know he died, but that's no excuse. It is amazing. It's some, you would love it, Isolde. You would absolutely love it. It's Jupiter's cock. It's something that they say a lot. It is full of sweaty half naked, muscular men fighting and lots of sex. And there's also even a good plot to it. Like, what is not to like? Perfect show. Historically inaccurate. It is. It is not. It is. It is not as bad as it could be. Like, they are very faithful on the whole organization of Roman society and Roman laws and the upper echelons and like how this political machinations and how the yeah, it's and and the whole idea of this gladiator school is a it's just really well orchestrated. It is very believable, and maybe it's not exactly like this, and of course it isn't like exactly like this. There's dramatization, but the idea that these are slaves and it's glorified, but they're still slaves, and they have a station and they can be popular, but they're still slaves, and and there's this really strict hierarchy about between the Romans and their slaves. So Peter Mensa is absolutely amazing as Animeus. It's accurate like 1% of the time. I think it's the thing is like historically accurate isn't really important. It really isn't as important. It's more that it is internally coherent and it is strong world building. So maybe there's something that doesn't make sense because that's not how gladiator fights would be. There would not be this many fights to the death or something like that. But the point is that once you watch the show, you understand how the mechanics of the society works, um, how the power struggle in the ludus, the gladiator school, how between the old and the new, and the different whether they're Thracians or Celts or Gauls or wherever they are, there's sort of intrigues and groups and all that stuff that goes on, and then there's the upper echelons of society with the Romans and the political machinations. That's also something that it makes sense and you can see how these interact, and that makes it believable. And that means that you see something and you can kind of sort of, oh no, that's not good because then something, and then it actually happens like that. That doesn't mean that it's getting predictable, but it means that it's internally consistent. It's not like Harry Potter, where in the third movie they have a time machine, but they don't use it to kill Voldemort or stop Voldemort. They use it to take extra lessons. Like, if you have a time machine, there might be better things to use it for, and then the time machine is completely forgotten afterwards. Like, those kind of things just is unserious to me. This is the Star Trek way, where things are invented for a single episode and then they're forgotten again because now the plot device is over. I hate those shows. And I hate it when you see someone. The best current example is Galadriel from Rings of Power. So this elven princess can just kill trolls single-handedly. Okay, cool, no problem. She can just there is not an enemy she cannot best in single combat. Like, so what's the point? She's like, there's nothing of threat. You can't judge the world against this person. And it's the same when you see like action movies and the hero gets shot at from point blank range with automatic weapons and then don't get hit. Then you're like, well, I guess weapons just don't hit this person, so I guess they are invincible. So there's not really any threat to them. Like, things gotta make sense. There has to be like, okay, if someone points a gun at you, you have to be like, please don't shoot, because if you pull the trigger, I'm dead. That internal logic. But if that's been broken, then it's like, fuck it. Next time, just fuck it. Who cares? Like Rey Skywalker is another perfect example of a Mary Sue. So yeah. It's entertaining enough to not whine about the story accuracy. Exactly. So the later scenes are almost unwatchable. I lean too far into that pathetic way of yes. I stopped watching when they changed that. Also because for me the best thing was the House of Badiatus. That was that part. It was that microcosm that they were living in and how they were sort of moving in that. While it was like when they broke free of the looters, and they was like, now it's what? What is this now? That was an adventure movie, a war movie. What is this?
Our
And
illustrious
hey, Mark,
champion
thank you for the 60
returns.
months.
Welcome home.
See, if you don't know Gladiator Store, oh, I know it more than most. So it's this. It's the way of portraying it. You come into a scene and they go like, oh, there's a cave troll. Oh no! Slaughters all of her henchmen, and then she goes, fine, I'll kill it. And they're like, well, you could have done that instead of just having it slaughter your followers. But you have to sort of show that this is the power ranking. Like, cave troll, it's dangerous, so it kills all the redcoats, and then she has to be sort of a step above. It's the worst storytelling you can do. Like, I hate that storytelling where it's like, oh, we have to show that the hero is cool and can do things. So let's break the universe. And it's when those things happen, when people hide behind it was one of those classical things from the 80s action movies, when you have the heroes sort of hiding behind lawn furniture against automatic weapons. Car doors are marginally plausible, but these things, like, seriously. And when you see those shootout scenes where, oh, the hero can't get hit, cool, so why does he duck down anymore? Because it doesn't matter. What do you think of John Wick? I mean, John Wick is a superhero movie. If you look at it as a superhero movie, I couldn't watch it because I don't find it interesting, because it's like if you watch it as a superhero movie, like Matrix, it's awesome, like original Matrix. Neo, awesome, because he's the prophesized one and he's magical, and therefore he has superpowers. But when someone is supposed to be a really cool human being, then they kind of have to work within plausibility. It's the same thing when, and this is a pet peeve of mine, when you have these 45 kilo women that throw around 100 kilo stuntmen and just flick them around. I go like, yeah, that's just not how physics work. It's I mean, if it's Wonder Woman, sure, but if it's some random human being, no. So, can I stand behind a light pole and take no hits from Autobot? Yeah, I was actually, the one I was thinking was Double Jeopardy, which is the really, really stupid one. Atomic Blonde, I don't know. There's a million examples of these kind of things. It's one of those things where I'm like, okay, fuck it. I don't. Star Wars makes no sense. Rey Palpatine can beat anyone, anytime, anywhere. So what's the fucking point? Like, she is clearly invincible. So, Old Boy, yes, absolutely. Old Boy, we can relate to that. It's within the realm of plausibility. Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, yeah, Hollywood has kind of made people forget how physics work, and why men and women don't compete in the same sport. Hey, did it get built? Yes, it did. And you are actually almost working, except not really. This one hasn't worked yet. Just me rambling about movie stuff. 5, 6, 8. That's my number. So I don't mind superhero movies. It's just that when it's a superhero movie, it's clearly told as a superhero movie. If it's supposed to be real humans and doing real things, then I'm just not buying into that. Do you really want to make it that big? Yes. This may take a while. Funny how it's this few items that are indicated here. The economics of Star Wars are interesting. Who paid for all those ships? Yeah, it's. I think that the first time when I realized how bad CGI was for action movies was in Troy. It has happened before, but you know when things like Independence Day, it was like, oh my god, this looks amazing, or Jurassic Park, like, oh my god, the wonders of CGI, this is gonna be amazing. And then you watch Troy, and it's like, oh, the Greek fleet is here, and then they look out, and then they're like 1,000 ships. I was like, it's quite clearly that someone's been sitting in this Photoshop and just going like, copy, paste, 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 paste. Doesn't cost anything. Paste, 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 paste. Select 100 at a time. Paste, 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 paste. More, paste, 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 paste. There we go. 10,000 ships. I don't have to build 10,000 ships. We can just copy paste them in the background. And it's just goes like, oh, right. So they go over a hill and they look out and there's 1,000 war galleys or 10,000 war galleys just crammed in the bay. Like, ah, really? Ah. Yeah. And then that's the kind of thing that happened with Star Wars. Like, oh, the Emperor has a hidden fleet. Like, how many? How many can we fit on the screen? Okay. See, here's the thing. I remember watching, I think it's a Mission Impossible thing where, I don't know if it's a Mission Impossible, but it's that kind of thing where the hero, or it's maybe a James Bond, where the hero has to infiltrate this secret military base by this evil corporation that's in the middle of the desert, and they have to sneak in, and they have to do all these things. And it's I think it's Mission Impossible where they have to simulate the steps of the walking style of whoever the guards are, because it has this advanced thing that matches their walking style. I don't know, it's something stupid like that. And like at the very end of all of these elaborate things they have to get through, there are two guards sitting there. Like, wouldn't it have been easier to just like be one of those guards? Because they have to get to work every day, and they're sitting right next to the magic gizmo thingy. Like, it's always the thing where it's like, it's the weakest link of all of these things, right? When you have this super secret, elaborate thing with 5,000 people employed. Like, where do they live? Where do they bang their coffee on their way to their work every day? Like, in the middle of the desert, there must be tons of trucks driving out there. It's not going to be very secret, is it? Or in Hero, that Chinese movie, kung fu movie, where the whole plot of the movie is that this ninja has practiced a 10-foot attack, so it can kill someone from 10-foot distance, so you can leap up and kill the Emperor before all the archers who are poised will shoot you. Like, so you're telling me that there are archers pointing arrows at right next to the Emperor all the time? You couldn't just impersonate one of those and just shoot the Emperor like that. Instead, you had to go through all of that, a lifetime of things. And it's always, I know Hero is a great movie for what it is, but it's always that flaw. It's always that flaw where the hero has to fight through all the henchmen. I'm like, yeah, or you could just be one of the henchmen and you're already in there. There we go. It's one of my pet peeves. Like, how the fuck do these guys get to work every day? Like, you went through corridors of traps and you meet some random goon. Like, how did he get here? It's the super secret pyramid that you are infiltrating, and then you get to the final chamber, and then there's the evil boss and his henchmen. Like, did they take another route? I guess it's those kind of things that kind of, I know I'm nitpicking on things that are completely irrelevant, but it just makes me not really enjoy it. Become the organization if you're trying to become it. You have to go kill the KGB levels of dismantling organization. Yeah, I mean, it's always that kind of I feel it's like you're not really gonna keep it much of a secret with 5,000 people there. And I guess maybe there are secret organizations around the world with 5,000 people here, but they're not going to be kept secret from intelligence agencies or geoguessers. You take the very small item and the whole complex will self-destruct. Yeah. They have literal undetectable plastic faces. Yes. That's kind of the premise of Mission Impossible, isn't it? Yeah, try adding your secret Death Star destroyer from Rainbolt. Yes, it's like, I can see in the background that looks like a power pole from Japan, and I can see the initials are that. So there must be this thing, and I can see that the sun is from this degree. So this must be taken in the fall in the afternoon, and therefore the shadow cast. And it's like, fuck. You have a 7-year-old to train. Would it be successful to train it as an infiltrator where it could become influenced easily, or can I keep away from the organization and develop as a mercenary? Sure. But if you're looking at in your arch nemesis Spectre organization and you need to infiltrate it, maybe there are other options. I mean, have we not seen plenty of examples of how easily people get corrupted? So, you know, power corrupts. Absolute power absolutely corrupts. Okay, still finding at 300. And what's the distance? 3-2, yeah. War Thunder formed, yeah, or World of Tanks, World of Death Stars. Like, oh yeah, it's funny how military secrets are leaking in games. Like, oh no, these are the actual specs. Trust me, I stole them myself. Oh, you did? Just argue about military secrets on forums. Yes, that's also a. Or just wait for the Doge team to make it public because of their idiocy and incompetence. That's also an option. Yeah, okay. I kind of need this grid here. Oh yeah, so another thing about my city block pattern here is that it doesn't really make sense for me to have a fixed pattern of power poles because it's going to change at each iteration. Previously, we only had 4 options for power poles, right? And they were the same, but now each and every one of these has different iterations. So if you build it in the beginning, you might have something, you might only have these, probably not like this. And then you build it according to that. And then later on, you'll have something else and something else and something else. So I don't think it really matters that much whether it's using substations. Now it's using rare quality substations because that's something that might be of use. Or if you kind of just hack it with something like this. Actually, couldn't I? Like this. This could, for example, be a good starter pattern for the grid. And then we can always just sort of figure it out later on. So the point of this is that the sacred path has kind of, the whole idea of driving around is kind of null and void at this point. So you don't need to reserve the part for this, and having it sort of be a Roboport grid in whether you make these or not doesn't make it really matter. But it makes it a lot more flexible, I think. It should still be like technically Yeah, these are then 50 apart from middle to middle, because they have to be. That's the range they have. So each city block is now 48 by 48 on the inside here. Right? 48? 46. 46? Why 46? Oh yeah, 2 from either side. Yeah, so 46 by 46. But that could easily handle a lot more. Like, how do we make trains? I don't know. We'll have to collapse multiple blocks. I think these blocks will be fine for having a little purpose of themselves, but they will also sort of be... we'll have 4 times as many city blocks as we previously did. So that's going to be another thing to figure out. Are you still working? Yeah, kind of. Maybe also get a little bit of range. It's also a little bit expensive, but we can take it. So, what do we think about this idea for a new city block? To answer your question, how do you avoid losing FPS when getting Prometheum chunks? You don't go so far out. If you only go out like I do here, or you're still on the way, or you're, what? Where the hell are you going? You're flying back? That's really far out. This seems weird. I think you're lost. Huh. We've flown way too far out here. You're still flying towards the shadow planet. What the hell are you doing? Oh, that's not good. What the hell? Not you. Yeah, of course. This one. Yes. Here we're flying back. Okay, yes. Of course, Mackerel is lost. But Bad Nogari is coming back. So you only fly out a little bit until you fill up your ship and fly back again. You can use 2x1 for bigger builds, for example. Exactly, Mark. And 2x1, 2x3, 4x4, whatever you want, you can make it. And that's kind of the idea now, is that I would like to build a design. This is why I want the artillery range increased. It's actually crazy. Like, it's cost $500,000, and then it's like, oh yeah, it takes 3 minutes to be done. Yeah. Science is good. There. We'll do that so we can get that. I would like to expand out here so that we can actually build a bigger base, and we should be able to migrate from one to the other pattern easily because it's basically the same, but I think I need to propagate it from here and then figure out what it is. So the thing that a lot of people have been asking me about is, oops, why not make it with legendary substations? And it's because it doesn't work. Okay, so this is now legendary substations. So if I make it here, and I make it here, oh. Then they do not connect. So I can't use the substations as they are anyway. I'll have to I have to make the grid smaller anyway for the substations. So yes, sure, I can use this, and I can place it here and here, but not in the middle. Or I could do this part. That also works. There you go, that was one artillery. Oh, you dipping? Eh, maybe. That one. That one. And then we'll now be covering most of this, but if I then put it in here, then I'm not really gaining much in terms of sort of freedom of build. I also think that power pole wise, it doesn't really matter. Like power poles used to be a problem because they were sort of so constrained that you'd have to think it into the build, like, oh, okay, how do I actually get this to reach everything? That's not the case anymore, because there we go. Like, these can reach so much that we're never gonna have issues with power poles anymore. I always found the roboports to be in the way quite often and had to work around it. I'm curious if this pattern is easier. That's the whole point. This is the main idea of it, that it'll be easier to work around that. Really? Did we lose power? None. Seriously? Have we lost power on Novice? Well, that's not a problem, is it? When our defenses are... Well, hello there. You wouldn't happen to want to put in some of these? Great, except it doesn't work because I don't have that in hand. Oh, okay, it's coming back online. And these ones should be requesting again. Yeah? That's funny. Never really thought about that as that this would run out, but this is why we did this. How's this cycling through different quality? Just pick it up to have it in hand, and then hold Alt and scroll wheeled. Then it's... you should just make your grid 25 legendary substation and 14 robots long. Yeah, okay, yeah, great idea. Great idea, thank you. I will get right on in the implementation of that. Right on it. And I got the water here. It's still the old setup, but it's an older setup, but it checks out. Let's check in orbit. Magmaril, how are we doing here? Yeah, we're still flying at this speed and still hovering at 8.5. I do think that it'll go down and then go up again, because we should be nearing the maximum if we look at it. It is a lot. It is a lot, but still a good way to go. Right, so I think this is going to be my design for the late game here. This seems fine. And I also think I want to maintain the substations here. Oh, I'm just going to take a short break. My kids are needing to go to bed, so we'll take a look at that one and here, and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. No transition? There you go. Now there was a transition. Yeah, so if I was gonna have this... Okay, this design is all the front ones and the ones here are only picking up the Promethium, and the ones on the side are only picking up the non-Promethium. So let's say, oh, that would be better if you had all of them pick up all of it. Not really, because if I did that, then I would also have to be able to handle all of it. That's actually, yeah. I would actually have to be able to... That's weird. Oh, right, I'm in the menu. I would have to be able to keep it out here and then filter it out here and then make sure that what if I get too much of one thing, then I'm not allowed to overflow. What if it gets stuck on Promethium, then it can't get any of the other ones. So part of the design criteria for me was that I'm still going to get enough by just having the side do all of the do all the non-Promethium. I'll get plenty to saturate the belt, and then I don't need the front to do anything except Promethium, and I have so many of these, so if I was also having to have these pick up anything else, I would get less Promethium because it was also doing other stuff. And then it would mean that it would take longer time. Sure, I could have these also pick it up, but then I'd also have to belt it back up here and start merging it in. And ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, this is maybe a 30-minute round trip. I don't know, maybe it's 40 or 50-minute round trip. And it could be like a couple of minutes faster by sort of alternating these things. So it's not a big gain that I get, and it would be a hell of a hassle of making sure. This way I've separated in so that they have dedicated tasks. Yeah, it's only really relevant when it starts up. How's this one coming along? Not well, but that's to be expected. The only thing we're missing are... Okay, these are slowly coming in, I think. This one is slow and annoying, but it will get in here eventually with Ghost of Phoenix, right? Interesting how that's not working. Oh, right, it is working. It's just these are not coming in because it's busy doing this part. As expected. Oh, you're already having that one. Okay. Stealing a lot more. Okay, that's why it's actually working so well. So it would save you less time it takes to design for that. Probably, yeah. Okay, so this part. I need to do the design part. Let's remove this. Tiles. Good. So this is going to be our tiling. It's going to be snapping to grid. It will be absolute. And we have no idea where. Really shouldn't belong here. What? Oh, right. It's because it's 56. It should be 50 by 50. And then it's not going to be like that, but whatever. We'll see. Way off. So if I do this part, will that be saved in the blueprint itself? Or will it just be saved as a... I don't think it saves in the blueprint. Ah, it does. But why is it so bad? Why is it off by so much? Maybe that's just what it is. What? No! One, two. Okay. Does it easy fit in the chunks? No, it has nothing to do with chunks. This is not, hasn't, definitely not that. Nothing to do with chunks. So it will not fit with any chunks anywhere. And then all the other junk here has to be removed. And doesn't need any radars either. Smashing. Yes, better. I think we need a little bit of a Spidertron army, because I need to be able to shoot things that are out here. Didn't we? We do have this one, and we now have much longer range. Display range. It goes all the way out there. So, all this shouldn't be relevant. You need the correct absolute coordinates, otherwise will not rotate properly. Okay. See, that I rotate is not relevant. I am aware of this, but I have not. This is one of those things that just are beyond me. But I will not be able to rotate it anyway. Now, the one thing though that I have to think about is it correct that I want to put it in the lower right hand corner? Like, is there any argument for any of the corners being better? Like around this one, is it better to have it here or here or here or there? I don't know. Now I just accidentally chose this one, but it might be worth actually thinking about which one would be better. Also, this is important. It has to be exactly in the middle here. Middle of the roboport, otherwise it's going to be misaligned. Could it put it on the path? Could I? Yeah, see, it has another problem with that is, you see, what about that one? But then I would just go like this, and then can you see that happening? I don't see that happening. But on the other hand, this is really awkward as well, because it's on the one side, but it'll have to be like a grid. But I think you're right, it has to be on the spot. It looks, it's better this way. I think under the roboport makes more sense, actually, if I am to build it somewhere. That means it's also going to be in the top of each. Top here, that will be... trains? I don't know. Doesn't matter. This one, middle one, is not important. Just goal, I mean, the first goal is the same as in my YouTube video, and right now we're testing out some new designs for city blocks in order to make a big design of things. Oops, on Novice. Because if I want to make scale up, then I want to also try it on the new grid or new pattern here. I have a feeling we might need a hell of a lot more of these than we have currently. So probably coming from Ghost of Phoenix, and they're coming here. Yeah, and by that I mean 200. Yes, please. Can you just go there? 29. That's not a lot. Yeah, I like this. It's also obviously a nicer pattern of power poles. If your grid is not rotatable, you will have to create different rail blueprints for all directions. Ooh, that's a good point. It will not be rotatable anyway. It can't be rotatable. But it's a good point. If I do it that way. The only problem I have about it is that, yeah, here's actually going to be a problem. Thank you for raising it, because it is a very valid point. So our train grid is going to look like this, which is obviously going to be like that. Great. Except, watch this. Blah, blah. It's off. No. Because this one should be here. But then it's not equidistant. So what is more important, that it's in the middle of the block, or that it is equidistant to these two? I would say middle of the block. Because in that case, it can be rotatable. We just have to exclude these outer ones.
Returned.
Eyeball Live, thank you. For the 2 months, welcome back. I think this is a better option, so thank you for raising it. And Shendan the Techno, thank you for the 2 gift subs. And Silver Cecil, thank you for 200 bits.
A kind gesture.
Actually, this doesn't belong here. This belongs over on this side. Let's call it a novice.
A kind gesture.
We'll put it here. And Anonymous, thank you for the 200 bits, and thank you for tanking so successfully in the Darkest Dungeon run. Well done. There.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
That's normal concrete. Ooh, scrub concrete. Yoder XX, thank you for the brand new subscription. And put one Roboport circle. What? By 4 is not an option. No, it's not an option. You can do that if you like. I don't. I kind of wanted it to be the normal one. Whoa, Dawn's Morning. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Amazing. Love it. Hype trains have been a rare commodity as of late. Let's go Spolgora, Volcanus, and then back to space, and then to Novice. Yeah, there's a lot of crap here. That's that's not it. Novice, but anything? Quality? Lab? There it is. Great.
Tales of our endeavors.
Oh, it's 404. Thank you for the 21 months. And then Jen, thank you for 5 gift subs. And then it's 404 because I apparently was too slow to acknowledge the 21 months subscription. Then drawing my attention with 10 more gift subs. Thank you so much. Level 2 completed. Remember the good old saying that if we get to a level 5, then we add an extra hour to the stream today. And all other streams.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I think I need to go back and build some robo. What are they called? Plasmart. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. No, thank you for the 5 months. Sorry, I have to do it. I said it. Good. Any train intersections fit with the grid, or do they need double side anyway? Let's see. The ones that are here will fit with the grid. The ones that are sort of off randomly, no. But the main lines, yes, they fit with the grid. You can see here and here. So it'll also be new. And level 100 hype train would be so hype. It would indeed be so hype. Then Under Techno, thank you again for 10 more gift subs. You've been really prolific on the gift subs this month. Also this month. Do trains work in space? No, they do not. What about 4 poles in a square in the middle? That seems awful. Why would I want that? Can you show pollution? Yeah, it doesn't matter. But it's less than the range of my my turrets, so that's the only thing that matters. They'll take less updates than nuclear and fusion. Yes, they do. Fusion probably not really, but fusion is so light on updates that it really shouldn't be matter. So you're missing middle pole. That would cover the whole area with power. Yes or no? Shen, thank you so much for 10 gift subs. Wow. Okay, someone wants to help. Shen is on a mission to get us to a bonus hour today, but probably should not go on this quest alone. So if anyone wants to help on this glorious Factorio day, then probably now is our best chance. We got level 3 at least. That is very nice. Oops, that's not oops. It's encouraging others to join in, I hope. Alright, so there's still like 400,000 kilometers to go, which isn't much. Here, this one has out to stop. No, you have. Huh. Okay, let's look at Novice and see if you're ready to receive. Send. Hey, Yodorix, thank you for 5 gift subs. First 5 gift subs to your channel. Amazing, thank you. Right, look at that. I have 250,000, sounds about right. And these are launching when it is less than 150,000. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. It could be less than 200,000. I think.
A kind gesture.
A kind gesture. There. Sorry I'm broke. Rain. Well, you don't. I mean, I'm also sorry that you're broke. Not for that reason, but it sucks being broke. And if you are broke, then don't spend it on throwing it after someone playing games online. That should be the stupid money foundation. That's the stuff you can use without explaining it to whoever you are living with, and whoever is a co-partner of your economy. Just, this is the stupid money. That's the stuff you throw at people online. Not your, oh, this is the butter for my bread money.
A kind gesture.
Not totally broke. Thank you, tall man, for the 200 bits. Right. Yeah, maybe that comment just killed the... oh, Mark! Thank you so much for the 25 gift subs. Amazing. Joining in and getting us... Yay! Yeah, the play money, I don't know what it's called. I spent mine on giving a loan to a friend. Should the baby eat tomorrow, or should I throw show bits at a Mr. Streamer? I mean, don't eat the baby tomorrow, so probably throw money at the streamer instead. And Shen with the 500 bits. I thought you were paying us back. Yeah, sure. The Nilaus coin. It's to the moon. Just hold it. I know it's really popular among people in power to be doing rock pools. Now it's so organized that governments and state officials are doing it, and not just in the land of silliness, but other places as well. Except in Argentina, they actually get prosecuted for it. So that's the difference. Thank you for the level for the 25 mark, and that gets us to level 4. So one more level, and we get a bonus hour today. That would be amazing. Not to the moon, to Clever. Who wants to go to Clever? Seriously, who wants to go to Clever? Okay, so now this should be working if I set you to just automatic here. Oh, it's not going to work. I need to go back to Aquilo. And there. Now I can check it, because you have to get the quantum processors first, otherwise it's going to be a problem. Bartek is still... Oh, look at that. We're actually almost done with this. That's crazy. How well that worked. Hey, Shen, thank you for the 10 gift subs. You are ridiculous. Stoked to see all these subs and donations. Your videos have helped me so much of this game. Probably wouldn't enjoy it as much without them. Thank you. That's also really what I'm aiming for. I am striving to be more on the educational side than on the entertainment side. Giving money to streamer is far better than meme coins. It is usually, yes. At least you are... There's a higher expectation. That money is gone, while you might sit and wait that the Trump coin is going to the moon again. Eferdida, thank you for your gift sub. All right.
We are building an army.
Edutainment, or so they call it, yes. So, 2.5 minutes. The real fire lion. Thank you for the 39 months. So let's just do a little call to action. So I know that a lot of people have taken a hiatus from my streams because I've been not streaming Factorio all the time, but I am streaming Factorio now. So if you are a regular subscriber and you're considering subscribing, then and you want to show support for show me that you want me to play more Factorio, then that's probably a good time to indicate that. I take it very much as an indication when I play another game, and then if there is a hype train or there's some, then that's a kind of a, okay, yeah, there is an interest for this. Or if I stream for a full evening and get like 7 subs, then I'm like, okay, yeah, not really that popular or interesting. It's kind of how it works. And then I'll do it anyway, because some of the people who are there are super passionate, and it's a fun game. Not everything has to be about the most profitable thing to play at all times. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gift subs. And Flow HD, thank you for your Prime. And Mark with another 10 gift subs. All right, we're at 69%. And with 1 minute left, so we're going to get down to the wire again, as usual. Now this is being attacked. Damn. Oh, right now. Are we not making Spider-Trons? Let's go up and see if we're making Spider-Trons. I feel that we should be. No? No Spider-Trons? Dawn's Morning with 5 more gift subs. Alright, we're getting it. Oh, 60 seconds on the hype train with 9 subs. And then Shen with 14 subs. Just completing it. Was considering. Was missing 14. Yay, we hit it. There we go. Amazing. I just love seeing random names. It said Undskabens ukulele. That's the ukulele of evil. Like, what the fuck? What kind of name is that? The ukulele of evil. I just want that ship. Ah, yes, I understand. That's dangerous to
shall
say,
enter the
especially
fray.
when Mark is around. He might also want that ship. There. Literally your Ixion playthrough on YouTube. Thank you. It's been a long time ago, but it was a fun game. It was just a little bit. It was really fun to play it, but then the realization that, oh, this is there. You play it once, and then that's it. Oh no, there'd be no fishes. Oh, this is a little bit too much of everything. Yeah, probably better to do this way. Yeah. Still a lot. And I don't care. I don't feel that Spidertons, sure, they get better. They get more storage space and they get more equipment grid. But I'm not really going to use it, am I? Does that really matter? What kind of equipment grid are we going to put in there? Do you put color wires and lights in your grid? I don't think so. Nicholas Crawford, thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you for 4 months. I only have enough to pay mine. But it's my first not gifted sub here. Thank you, so that's something. I'll continue designing the green belt factory in my game, but keep up the good work. Thank you. Much appreciated, and a very wise choice to invest 6 months in advance. I haven't made one since. Exactly. I think that they kind of outplayed their role a little bit. There, trash unrequested. Get those fishies out. Ah, so many fishies. Well, that should definitely be enough to build some of these. How many do I want? 1 stack. Let's make 10. So, how do we want to gear each of these? Build a Spidertron. Arachnophilia? Not quite there. Legendary fish is almost impossible. Isn't it just annoying? Right. So, what? Oh, that's decent. Why do we not get this? Portable fusion reactor and exoskeletons. Okay, so let's get those done. Portable fusion reactor. And exoskeletons. Sure. Yeah, none of this is particularly problematic. So one of these, and then 3 legs. Sure. And then some shields. Don't think I have shields, right? I'm just gonna make like the most basic. So we get shields 1 and shields 2. And do they need roboports? No. They just need to go out and they need batteries though. Batteries 1, batteries 2, batteries 3. Right? Batteries 3 are, and nope, they're not gonna get batteries 3, they're just gonna get batteries 2. That was the train. Oh, wow, since just got to level 5 and then dead in the water. Thank you so much. And that is Shen and Shen. 51 subs. Thank you so much. That is definitely going to be a ship for you. Oops. There. Let's create that in orbit. Don't know what we're going to be using it for just yet, but yeah. And some legs. You think that's enough? This is 750 and these are 200 each. And then I think 2 batteries and 4 of these, right? Yeah. Faster. Faster. I think that's going to be the basic loadout. And then, are they going to be shooting bad rockets or good rockets or suicide rockets? They're probably going to explode themselves if they use explosive rockets, right? They probably are. Especially because I'm completely reckless about it. Is it smaller grid than vanilla? Maybe it is. Maybe they nerfed it so that progression and stuff. How much do we want on each? And does it count the stuff that's in here? Do I have that? Oh yes, I did put it out here. Oh, that sucks. That kind of looks like things are not working fast enough. Oh no, it's just none upgraded. That's fine. Okay, never mind. You're gonna be fine. No, you're not. Okay, so if I take this one, how much more are you getting? Satisfaction. Okay, so this is good. You should also get repair packs, I guess. Anything else that it needs? No. Because it doesn't have any roboports, so it can't really do anything except the repair itself. Okay. So, can I... Oh. And coloring. Red ones go faster. That's the trick to make it go faster. And then I can take you. Create a blueprint. There. And yes, they are going to be build up themselves with all that eventually. Neat. Can it repair it without... Oh, it probably can't. Let's kill all of that then. Then I guess I also need some of these. And then... Really? We need that for level 2? Okay. Alright. And how many will it stack up? 20. Fine. It's just one of those things that just need to be done. Nah, you want them all to be the same. Otherwise I'll just have to... Oh, which one did I take out? Just make them all the same. That was fun. Not what I wanted. And I guess I have to do the same thing for the other ones. Ones that are already built, I have to do that manually. Come on, look faster. So that's 2. And I wonder if I paste it down here, does that? No, it doesn't paste this one, so. But it still pastes the requests. Tier 3 batteries, I know they exist, not sure if they're worth it. They are, but I don't have the stuff that I need for the here on Navis, and I don't bother with it. These are just basically gonna keep all the riffraff at bay, not really gonna have like a major role. Make this a group? I'll do a copy paste of this. You are, oops. Okay, you don't have a that one. Why not? Ah, I guess it's because these are oops, 2 portable ports for each. Okay, so we now have all of them decked out. Missing 1 exoskeleton. Oh, what? They're shooting. Oh, nice. Okay, so this one is missing 1 exoskeleton. That should be doable, right? Let's see if I can catch that. No, I could not. Ah, cool. And this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. That's it. Alright, Bartek, what are you doing? You're completely done. Nice. That goes out, that goes out. And these are also going out. Perfect. And we have a new ship. And Magmaril might be the one that is not long for this world. How are we doing on power? 46. We could send someone out to rescue. If you paste it configuration, oh, then I need to have it in inventory. Okay, yeah, I don't. So. Okay, so this one will then be changed to that, so I can do there. You already got that. And then from now on, I think it's actually just... Oh, this is not it. I should be copying it from you. There. Go out until you have 270 and then head back. Ah, hold on. We have a little bit of an issue, don't we? No, we have... yes, we do have that little bit of an issue that it's... We'll go out here first. And then I'll do that. Then I won't do that. I don't dare do that. So anyway, this is now moving, but it's only having lasers because I just don't have enough to feed all this. So we need to go out to just do a little one run back and forth, and so it sort of fills up with ammo, and then we can go for the real trip out there. Bzzzt. Unfortunately, we don't pick up much at this point. We only pick up the stuff here on the side. So, bear a little bit. What? Dude, why are we not picking that up? What? There's something wrong here. There's definitely something wrong. Why are we not picking stuff up? You're okay. 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 Not okay. Ah, that's the part where it broke as I was copy pasting it. That's why. So now grab stuff. This seems really slow. Oh, it's because the 36. It's not that slow. There we go. Will the resource collection be fast enough to Aquilo? I don't know. Otherwise, we'll just go back and forth to Gleba a little bit. I think you have a good point. I think I wanted to go there, but I think it's much safer for us to go like this. So we go to Gleba, to Aquilo, to Gleba, to home, and then we'll be fine. But we are slowly filling up here. But we also do need a little bit of a buffer. This one is at 3,800 or 3.8. Soon. You're working. Hopefully they will also be going out here. Good. It's nice that we can see that they have the shields, but they don't have the armor yet. And they do have this. Okay, so it looks like the only thing missing... Okay, the only thing missing is that one. Go, 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 go. That's just a loot. We'll get that soon enough. Just disappears from my inventory instantly. Okay, but it gets out there. So, 3 more. Then we can go out and build stuff. Also, it doesn't go in my inventory here. Okay, so this is... Ah, because it goes into my inventory and my construction robots will go bring them over here. So we just need 1 more. And it goes out. There. Yeah. Yes. Perfect. And that means this thing here will be our team, our squad. Do they actually have enough? No, they don't have enough. Yeah, that's also a problem. Okay, so we'll have to wait a little bit more for this. Maybe send me to the rescue. I'm sorry, but that's not how it works. I will just send you to your death. if I was doing that. There is no such thing as ship-to-ship transfers. So, I have to kill my defensive line, which I can't see any problem with at all. Like, what could possibly go? No, I actually don't need to do that. I can just go on the outside, like this. Maybe I should make sure that our concrete production is good. That's good. It's both fast and it has a good storage. Sweet. Yeah. Even though this belt is not stacked, then I think it'll be fine. Leave the walls as a relic. Yeah. Okay, so... oh, you have started... No, you still stopped at Novice. Yeah, okay, you stopped at Novice and you still have a good 470,000. How are you doing in terms of storage? Not great, but hey, it's a thing. And we got a little bit of railgun storage here. And now you're coming back to Novice. Like that. And when we get to Novice, I think I'll go to Aquilo and back again. And then we'll basically, when I send it to Aquilo, it'll pick up... Ooh. Actually, it's worth trying. It's worth just... All requests satisfied. That means it has to get the 15,000 on now is for it to depart, and then it'll throw the 15,000 out. That's a little bit wasteful when we have the other ones actually using it for something. But the other one, Bad Nogari here, is requesting. It's building up, building up, building up, and then launching more stuff. It's not super efficient, but it works. And this one, we don't know how much we have on the ground. We can check that out. $120,000. Okay. Also, what we're researching now is not really using any of it, so that's fine. I like this design. Look at it. Look how neat it is. It's even more neat than previous versions here. I'm force building, or super force building, even, right? Am I not? Yes, I'm super force building. And let's see, the robot, or these ones. You are still not quite there. What about the ones that have been around for a little bit longer? You are missing a few. You're missing a lot. Okay, so still wait a bit. And this one is 7 minutes, so not a problem. Barthik is what? Doing what now? Oh, you're flying to the Shadowland. That's not really what we want. We want to fly to Aquilo and then see, actually. Actually, I think you can fly out. Fuck it. Go. Go to wondrous, glorious death. I mean, resource collection. The fuel? Shit. Why did I not? Oh yeah, the fuel. Good. Haha. I mean, this would have been enough for one trip out, but it's a good point. That's, I mean, if you had not said that, I would have lost the ship, and then you would have been next in line. I do have to check this, but I don't want to do that one. And you here are waiting for another 15,000 coming in. I love that it can actually process all of it before the next shipment comes in. And still 460,000, so yeah. And 460,000, like each one becomes more than one science. Because this is, if you look at it, it is 215 becomes 256, 59. So it's more than one. Useless ship is a live ship. Okay, and for Barthik here, flying towards next. So now we are actually shooting a little bit. We should be shooting some rockets now and then. That one. 2 rockets. It's in orbit, so we can do the usual stuff. Yeah, I want to monitor this one just to make sure that I'm not being overly zealous. Yeah, we're not really getting this. So the question maybe you're asking, like, why are we not getting any of these? That's because we're mainly picking up from here and here, and either way that means the first place that they're going to use is for here. All of the carbonic is being consumed here, so you see very little carbonic is actually flowing past, and that one flowing past as well. See, we don't see any much carbonic, and there's one. There's a few carbonic here. Yep, that goes in, and that's the carbonic that makes more railgun ammo. So each time we get one in here that flows past all the other ones, then and only then will we actually build a little bit of railgun ammo. So you can see most of it is consumed up here, which is needed. You can see now when we're lucky and get a good density. Now there's 2 here. They won't be making it past anyway. And then nothing comes in. Yeah. So that's just the way it is. And that's why these are not filling up until we have a much higher saturation. Here, when we get to, I don't know, when we start seeing this saturate, so that it can't always put out. You can see that when it's a little bit waiting here, like now it's waiting, and then it goes out. Like waiting, waiting, waiting. The more it's waiting, then this backs up, and then they stop actually producing. And then they will bypass. And only then. So now we stopped at, yeah, for quantum processors, and we don't have that. Well, we do have it, but it's just waiting for after the quantum processors. This is going to take a while to do the quantum processors. So, onwards with us here. This looks glorious. I don't know how big I want to make it, but I feel it has to be quite big. Ooh, also a new design for solar panels in here. Seems good. And are we done here? No. Still missing 400. Still missing 300 and something. 200 something. 500 something. Damn. Can you actually do as a mythic, as a legendary? No, actually, I don't know how I would do that, because when I build a ship like this, oh, I can actually just legendarize it. I don't know if it does it do anything legendary? No, it doesn't. So yes, you can, but it doesn't do anything. So you do it just for the cool drip, as the kids would say. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to look at, this change of pattern. What would a solar panel look like inside? Oh, okay, hold on. This is also a mess. So we need to clear out all the old junk here. Much nicer. And this, of course, is just some junk. Oops. There's also something weird here. Guess that's some part of the test area. I love these kind of things. This is one of the things that I usually spend a lot of time on off camera. Just like, oh, let's do an expansion and sit there and artillery and move it out, and then move the barrier forward and let the robots just propagate it out, and seeing what we're running out of, you know, all those good things. I think we need to work a little bit on our supply. Oh, look at that. Look at 50. Stopped at the Shattered Planet. Ah, we got our updates back. Nice. And we are not going to make it all the way back. We have 22 plus whatever's in here. So I guess we celebrate. Yay, we made it. And then start going back. What's the speed now? 300? Yeah. Rip ship, yes, unfortunately. We just gave it a little bit of time to recover. It'll probably make it maybe halfway, maybe almost halfway, but there is no way for us to make it back. I was thinking about it like, okay, so what kind of fuel could I make? I could make solar panels if I wanted to, then, but yeah, it's just not. You only have to make it past the middle. Why do you only have to make it past the middle? It doesn't matter. Like the solar panels, it really doesn't matter. Okay, but it could be, no. Don't I have some solar panels? I do have solar panels here, right? So let's see if we add them somewhere, right? How much is that? That's 7. I'm just gonna put 10 of those in, so we get some kind of benchmark for. Oh, that's something. That's not 10. That's gonna be more 10. That's gonna be make 20 then. It's not really. It'll drift past the middle, but it won't have power for crafting ammo. No, or shooting laser las guns. So it's like, this is the problem, right? As a long ray from 30 kilowatt to 450 megawatt. Right? So this is why I'm not doing it. It's a little bit absurd. So, and of course, like, if I had prepared, then I could have, and you know, all that stuff. But I didn't. And that's the whole point. It's like, I didn't do that, and because I didn't do that, like, what I could. So the thing is, I could sort of slow it down a little bit or a lot. Like, for example, do I really need to have all of this using power? But then again, this isn't really using a lot of power. Like, one of these. The electricity consumption is also down to 80 kilowatt when it's a legendary, so it's not really using a lot more power. And yeah, sure, these ones are using a lot of power. I wish that bar on the right side would work. But when it's idle, it doesn't really use much. If you lower the speed of the ship, if I lower the speed of the ship, then all the things that are using idle capacity will still use power. So a lot of it is going to be the idle power of just all of my laser turrets, right? A laser turret is... minimum consumption 24 kilowatt. If we look at the actual consumption here, if we look at it on a 10 minute, like, what is taking the most? The railguns, okay, not surprisingly. And then the cryogenic plants. That's for the rockets. And then another 100 here. And those are the ones that we... Like, if it's not producing, or when it's producing less, then yeah, it'll be shooting less. But it's the same amount of rockets I need to shoot, whether if I move slow or I move fast. Is it? No. No, it's not. It's actually, the faster I move, the less I'm gonna shoot. Because if you look at it this way, this one says per minute. Per million. No. Yeah. It is per minute. It's not. It's the spawning is per minute. It's not the speed that dictates it. They're always coming in with the same speed. So the faster I fly, the less time I spend. That means the less rockets I have to fire. If I go slower, then it take longer, and I'll have to shoot more times, and that's the stuff that takes the power, the production of that. So basically, we have to just go as fast as we can, like 300, and that's gonna be it. So speed up. It can't speed up beyond this. Then this is as fast as we can go. It could slow down. Yes, but it's orders of magnitude. It's 3 orders of magnitude off from the total power consumption. So it's like, yes, it does something, but that something is still pretty irrelevant. So if I put in 100 of these here and there, just like every single one I have, and then you could of course say, well, you could have done it on the way out as well. Yes, I could, but I didn't. all these brilliant places that they can just fit in. And I can always just, like, the next thing is of course starting to remove some things if I want more space. Like now I'm just putting in where there is idle capacity. There's no idle capacity out here. There's a little bit idle capacity down here. So how much is that? I still have a lot left, and 12 kilowatt in the last minute. If you actually reduce the side of the power production. Yeah, like an alarm for damage. I don't know if I do have one for alarm. That's this one is damage alert. Oh, I do have one. As soon as the damage is greater than 0, then I get a damage warning. So that works. Already have it. And if we look at it, 22 still, okay. But then the more interesting thing is how much do we actually have here? Right? How many tiles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. 34 times 4. 34 tiles, each of them having 4 in them, plus the 22 in the box, plus the 12 that's here. This is how much we have left. Oh, and 170 plus whatever we have in here. 11 plus 11 plus 13 plus 16. Okay, so we also have that left. That's 10 for each, plus 1, 1, 3, and 5. So that's 40 additional. 34 times 4 plus 12 in this inserter, plus 22 in storage, plus 40 inside. That's 210 we have, all things being said here. So it might be close. I feel like that you could survive with just 2 generators. Maybe, but that's not going to save us any fuel. It's the same efficiency. The fuel is consumed, it's at the rate that it's there. So if I wanted to save something, then I would have to find something that is using a lot of power idle. For example, that one. Let's see how much power is that actually taking. Idle power, minimum consumption is 12.5. So it's not actually, like, it's not consuming a lot of power. Back in the days, all these patches would consume a lot of power. They don't actually do that now. We don't have a lot of room for storage, so we could just scrap the storage and then just go. Still have quite a few left. Do I have any undergrounds left? Yeah, I have 20 of those, so I could actually just do something like this. That's 10, that's 9 then. Ah, no. Shit. Don't do that. suppose I lose some of these, but that doesn't matter. I'll get them back again. I'm almost running out now, I think. Yeah. I remove some belt doors. Easier said than done. This is kind of a fun little panic thing. And there's no point in going beyond what we have, but you still can put 35 more in here, so. I don't think I need that, or that either, so. I mean, I can kill this because we're either making it or we're not making it. Knowing whether we make it or not doesn't change it. How many we got left? I'm starting to believe. No. But is there any way that I can free up enough to actually by sort of rotating these belts and stuff? I can also just, you know what I can do really easily? I can take out some of this. That's 17 I need to do. They're not going to be firing here. Right, right. I don't have any more undergrounds, so where else can I put things? Ah, there's one. The next part is taking out. Do you really need the Promethium? No, I don't. But if I cut it, then how many do we have? I only have 4 left, so that should be doable, right? Oh, that's not the right place. Here, for example. Two there. There. So now I don't have any more. That's all we can do. Good. Happy. And we don't have any quality or any other belts, anything else. So somehow this is still at 22. That's a little bit odd, but there must be some buffers somewhere. It'll just move out by 12 at a time, I think. One swing or something. But it's also like only 140,000 kilometers. But let's see, once the whole thing here is now full of solar panels, how much power does that actually contribute with? We can say most of it has been there for a minute. It's less than 1%, and the consumption has also increased significantly because we are at the peak consumption rate now. Welcome everyone to the second Space Age playthrough on this channel. We're starting fresh on a brand new base. Yes. Okay, so I don't know. it seems like we need to up our production. Oh, see, this might also be a thing that's not great. Ah, yeah. Uh-huh. Let's first aid is always stop the accident from happening. This is what happens now. I'm having too much requested in here, obviously. So. It's all sorts of science packs. I need to... But it's obviously this one that's causing it. I have 200,000 in here. But I need to just extend my storage. And I want to extend my storage by just doing this. But then I'd have to get this one out. And you, my friends, will now have to go on the outside. On the outside. Hey, new subscriber, Pixel Snake, thank you.
are building an army.
And I'll do that and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh. You're actually not far enough out. Hey, let's put them... Chaos. Why do I have this crap here? Whatever. It'll get there. Busy little bees. Not actually that many we have. I think they're a bit lazy anyway. I know. Young robots of today, they are so lazy. And then what better way than to just multiply the chaos by doing both updates at the same time? See if we can remove these faster. More crap is coming in. Actually, I really shouldn't have multiple things in one location. That's always just bad form. But now it's connected, and then I can just delete all of this. There we go. Ooh, this is not great because look at that. There is a space in the middle where we are not actually... Problematic. Good. This is looking better. Yes. Go. Yeah, my armor's out of ammo. Yeah, it is. It happens. Then I can just go away from this. They still put it over here, which I don't really like, and I should move it so that all of it is stored up here. Especially this part here is old. Old and decrepit. This seems remarkably slow. It's still also only 2/3 speed, but it's only 11 crafting speed. What about you? Why are you not working? Why are you not allowed to put in here? That would be so much better. And then this belt is not going to get there. Can't believe they haven't fixed this part where you can just pick them up and then they get full charge. Of course, when you have 400, that's kind of a fix in itself. It should be like, yeah, what idiot would sit there and pick up 400 robots? There only speed 2 modules? Really? That's true. Everything here is awful. There you go. Whee! 38 speed. 46 speed. Okay, that sounds too. Nice. Okay, that should help a little bit. But it should also be quite evident that we're probably not going to keep up with this belt. So this belt should at least be stacked. It's not stacked. It's quite the contrary. It's just dying. Ugh, I'm dreading already looking at what it looks like down here. Very red. I don't know. What should we do with this? I have to put it out on... I mean, I guess the middle has to be... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Some pattern like this. That's actually quite impressive that one of these can fill the whole damn thing. Why is the UPS so low? That's why. I have no idea about the throughput of this. I feel that it's going to be enough. So this one, and then I have 4 of these. That's definitely enough. 3 is also enough, so I don't need the last one. There we go. This? Sure. Oof. That'd be one of those that would haunt me. And I should then kill this one. Bouncer. And go out here. There. So now it's stacked as well. This is coming in stacked, the other one is not stacked. Also, why is this empty? That's oil not coming in. Ugh. Maybe I never built it. Maybe I don't need it. I don't know. How do you show UPS? Press F4. Show FPS. It's actually nice to have that clock in there. And then it'll be there. But it's a debug option, so. Isn't this... Oh, right, I get it. It's because it's not coming out stacked here. That's why. There we go. So that's why it's not really consuming at the right... I hate this. I can't look at that shit. There we go. Good. So obviously because it's only coming in at 60, it's not being able to be consumed here fast enough. And the other ones are... I don't know. I don't know what the hell that's going on here. But then we should see it being stacked soon. There you go. Here's the stacked coming in. Do I have a balancer here and a balancer there? That's wonderful. That's very typical of me. We're starting to see maybe the first stack, but no, it's because it's not consuming fast enough. Good. So it is a sign that things are moving in here. I don't know. Something. Oh, it's now a combination of stacked and not stacked. That's awful. Let's see. Oh, but we're no longer missing this. Good. They are chugging along and they're picking up fast enough here. Great. In all honesty, what am I supposed to have on the other side? I don't know. Oh, right, I know. That's the iron ore, which I'm not going to get. So I might as well just do this one. Sweet. Off we go into here and continue. Oh, we should also be getting our... Let's just confirm that they actually have what they need. Yes, good. I know I didn't have to check to click that box, but I'll do it anyway. Sweet. And roboports. Nice. No more remote spiders? Nope. They don't exist anymore. That's just this one, which is create a spider to run remote, but it doesn't exist as an item. Luckily. Ugh. Let's scrap you. Don't care about that one. Let's get it to 220 and then get a research productivity. We need those to be consumed because, oh, what about you? Macro, turrets out of ammo? Not really. No. And let's have a look here. It's still 22, so it's refused to use more ammo. Or power. That's nice. But 300,000, it's barely 10%. So, you know, maybe no cause for celebration just yet. So here's another thing about this area. That is, it needs to be clean. Why does it delete so 5,000? Oh, it's stuff that isn't created. We'll just do that. That should also help getting robots busy. Look how nice this is compared to... I mean, I've gotten used to these circles things, but this is a little nicer. Yep, we're going to be busy on this. Spiders in water? Oh. Ah. Silly spiders.
Well,
Gotta get them all with us here. Somehow some of them got out of that area. You can do it. Yes, you can. Good little spider. There. 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 I don't think these are actually locations because it's inside our area, but there might be some stragglers here and there. I think we'll go out to this edge here, so we're still inside the area. Oh, that's that's not enemies in a big stream. It's my spiders runs. Hey, Waffles! Thank you for the 13 months. There, that seems healthy. Cool. It is a little bit out of, and there's Spidertrons. Should they be exploring further? No, not really. Okay, so what are all the things that we want to do for this one? First, I think I want to make a new design for this part, which I think is interesting. Although it's gonna depend on our tech level though. So this grid will be different, I guess. This is my grid. I was really proud of when I found this one, and it is extremely close to perfect ratio. Is it an actual planet or more space? It's just more space. Don't know what that means. That's not bad. That is not bad. And I could, of course, fill it all the way, but this is really nice. The question, though, is if I built the same thing over here, then they don't match, unfortunately. That would have been nice. Oh, right, nothing. Oh, yeah, when you get to this band, there's nothing there. I like those 22. Keep going on those 22. We're actually 10% of the way home. Am I starting to believe? Don't give me hope. Don't give me hope. It's 1% of the power that we're getting from our solar panels. And if we look at this part here, oops, then it's getting better. How's the new ship doing? The new ship, oh yeah, that's a good point. New ship is, oh, you should not have done that. You should not have done that. What are you doing? I don't know. You really shouldn't go there. You should go out there. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's just voiding all of that. Please don't send stuff here. Send it to the other one. You really want it. These are launching when it is less than 200,000. That's not actually great. Now I could actually get it back to 250 because it'll always be under 200. It'll just hover around it. So this one has to go back up to 250 so that it will actually go up and stop. Which is what we want to see. We want to see this one not being able to request anything because it simply has too much. I wonder if I can do this. I wonder if I can do that. So I can see how much I have on planet. It's not going to request anything, but at least I can just use it for monitoring how much I have. So when it's less than 200,000, I will be launching more Biter-X. But when this one goes above 200,000, I will not be launching Biter-X. There we go. More Biter-X for the production. And as we produce, and it gets dropped down, I want to monitor this. We can see over here how much we have. Actually, we can also see it here. Then that should be dropping down. That should be dropping down. Why not? Can the ship drop signs down if there is a request of 0 in there? Oh, that's not actually true. It can't. That's true. There. So now it's completely empty. Let's have a look at it then. Still less. Oh, because we're consuming. Yeah, we're consuming now. But why are we consuming so poorly? Why? What's this? Why is this not complaining about that? Because I didn't do the proper thing about this. You're saying you have 11,000, but those 11,000 are not going in here. Well, I need to go fix. Somehow green water has just become like, oh yeah, of course, water is green in Factorio. Of course it is. Yeah, the problem here is that it is, yes, it's on the planet, but it is not in here. So this one is requesting, but it's not warning me that I don't have anything because it's not been probably put in here. And then the next question is, why? You're sitting here waiting for more to come in. Yeah, that's probably because we're not producing enough of this. No, we are. We're definitely producing enough of this, aren't we? Aquilo? Definitely maybe. That's not 60. And you're not doing it because legendary freaking ice cream. Where's my legendary ice cream? That's no good. Also, why does it have these conditions? Like, those conditions seem really weird. It doesn't have those conditions. Oh, it does have those conditions. Oops. It's all good. I thought I'd gotten rid of these. Okay, so let me understand what the hell's going on here. I think the issue is that it... Like, I clearly have a lot. But it's not being dropped down because it takes so long time to fly away from this planet and back again that I should only be departing when all requests are satisfied. It has waited these 30 seconds. It is ready to depart. And item count. Legendary ice cream is less than 1,000. No, 500. Right? Isn't that the stack size? 1,000. So just stay there if you're still producing them. They're probably in a storage chest. Oh! What the fuck? It blinked? I don't like that. Why does it do that? It's not going to fix anything. Because it's going to be the same issue that we're flying out here. I might actually just a little bit. Oh, these two are not legendary. They'll be legendarized when they get... when they get there, that'll give us enough power. When they get safely to Aquilo. Yeah. And what the hell is this? One reactor isn't much. No, but it was enough until I added laser turrets and all that stuff, so it's on me. Okay, let's see. Barthek, the new ship. You got that. At least some of it. And you're heading to the Shadow Planet. You haven't gotten out into the dangerous parts yet, but let's monitor if you have what you need. You have full storage of rockets, and you're just working on building up the storage of railguns, which we'll easily be able to get by the time we actually need to start working on consuming railguns. Battle Nogari is now stuck. No, not stuck. Ooh, on the way 1,000. I don't like that. Why does it say 1,000? Weird. It's weird that these are lower than that. I don't get it. Like this beta launching is super amazing, except it doesn't make sense. Except for that, it's great. See, there's nothing in the rockets, and there shouldn't be. Oh, right, I think I know why. Because it actually got to 200,000. Let's test. Yes, it got over 200,000. And therefore, it refused to load. And now... Now nothing. I don't know. On the way, those 500. Why are they? Where are they? There they are. Then it starts sending another 500, but only 500. Why only 500? And it... I'm suspecting that it might be... 201. What about this? Is it something down here that's broken? I think it's this one. Yeah, I don't like these. Whenever it triggers, then it sort of goes like, oh yeah, we need it, and then it goes. I don't know why it says. Yeah, at some point it'll be just between 0 and 4,000. No, it's not inventory full. Full inventory is not full. This is the request from Orbit. It is less than 4,000. Why is the request from Orbit less? Because it's already getting the 15,000 now. Okay, yes. So it's getting the 15,000. And then as it gets to 15,000, it starts consuming. And then it will immediately trigger the wrong ones. These ones. Because these were supposed to be triggering only for the other situation. Okay, so I'm going to put a condition that will never be true. Legendary fish breeding is greater than 0. Because I am not sending this to Gleba. This one was reserved for only sending to Gleba because I needed it on Gleba to extend this area, but now it's extended as much as I need. This is what it is. And I'm not touching Gleba, so I don't need to keep sending biter eggs over here just to be deleted. So I've stopped the transfer of biter eggs. This is the one that's called there, Ringstrom. That one is no longer transferring biter eggs. That means there's no reason to have that on now is enabled, so I'll only have this batch where it sends 15,000 at a time. So now it works, it makes sense. Everything of course made sense. And now it's requesting, it gets those 500 from the Gleba launchers, but then it'll go back to getting batches of 15,000. Still 200,000. Are we getting there now? Soon? Soon. What about you? These two will now actually be... Okay, so Aquilo might actually be a place we need to go to. Oh, right. No, because the ice cream shop is here. You will now stay there until this one drops below 1k. There's no reason to go out before. And we got a better power plant. Now we have 250 power instead of 100. We had 100 before, now we have 250. So all is good. And these are just launching. This is happy. We should be getting this, but isn't enough. It isn't though. Because this should be 40. It should be 40 per second, so... one more batch would be enough, but basically 2 more batches would be brilliant. We'll do that. I love my design on Aquilo. It is so good. Like how modular this is and how easy it is to expand it is just kind of ridiculous, I think. Oh, that's way too much. Whatever. And with that built, Now build it. Faster. Wasn't the condition for the Gravifer soil production? And the condition? No, it was... Oh, it's out here. And everything is fully stocked. The condition for deleting them on Gleba was I couldn't control that they were being sent back and forth because there's no such control. So all I could do was just send them there, and then if I had enough soil, then I would just delete it. Hello, spammy yummy. Look at that, we're getting the first bit of Promethium. Look at that, 900 Promethium. You're happy. And Batnagar is getting your 15,000. No, damn it. This should not happen. This should not be the case. Where are you? Maybe something happened over here. I don't know. It really feels weird that it's only sending 500 in. I want to see what happens when... Oh, something happens. 1,000. Where? Where's that 1,000? Just got in there. Who is launching? It's got to be one of you. Seriously. Or maybe not, actually. Maybe it's... One of these should be launching when I see that something is up here. About putting in some other rockets. Maybe when it just goes above 500, then it goes in. Could be. That it's actually one of these default here's that is trying to request. Oh, there's more here. There's one that was not. The dissatisfied manager. Dude. Told you not to. See, it's not supposed to go above 500. And it must be this one here that's messed up somewhere.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey Kelthor, thank you for the 56 months. So because there are so many of these, it just can't keep track of it, I guess. Now there's one place. So now the available on planet should not fluctuate all the way up to 500, because it's when it just fluctuates up and down and then it hits 500, then it says, oh, 500, allocate to a rocket, go. Which is not what's supposed to be. Like what we're supposed to see is the part that says available in rocket silo is just increasing now, because now it's activating all of these. Yes, and they are building too slowly, of course, but they will get there as fast as they can. So that works. Here we got 8,000 now. How is Macmorel doing here? You're slowly coming back. Go! You can do it! 600,000. So 15% of the way. And we've lost another 10. We are not slowing down. We might actually be speeding up at some point when there's like when we're a million kilometers away from the planet. We're going to speed up to maximum speed and then just wing it. Just gun it. It's a smash and grab. The shorter time we fly out here, the safer it is. But right now it's still probably too dense. Or is it? Actually, we can see that. We can see in the production stats on a 10-minute cycle. It seems pretty stable at 5 point something and 1.1. So I think we'll just try to... Yeah, fuck it. Let's go, right? Let's go. What could possibly go wrong? Taking out a few of the mostly idle railguns on the side and maybe those on the front might have helped. If they're idle, then it's not a problem. It doesn't use electricity when it's not firing. So. Can it trick back fully? No, it can't, because it doesn't have any, it can't shoot then. Because it needs ammo, and ammo production is dependent, so. No. It is still... This one, where are you going? You are heading to Navis. Good. Why do we have Navis and Navis? Because you have one that is not unloading. Psh, I only want that unloading. There. That was when things were really bad. Okay, so we're transporting back 14,000. That's something. What about here on the Quillo? It's not really getting there. Oh. Oops. Heating up. That one's heating up. Still missing ice cubes. There we go. Here's the ice cubes. Sweet. Next one is starting. And the rockets are starting to launch. And we'll get into the next one. This one's not working because it's controlled by circuit and the circuit is frozen. I love this mechanic, the frozen mechanic. It's so fun. I wish there was more point to Aquilo, because these designs have been some of the ones I've been most happy about. Like these little compact things, we tinkered so much with them, and they're so crisp. Like these designs, every single one is so crisp. Like this one as well. Like the funny thing is, like the first time we built these things, they were so bad. And then we just tinkered a lot more, and then we but we finally got to sort of embrace the way of thinking and knowing that underground or long-headed inserters are your friend. And then it looks so much nicer, all these builds. And this bus is also really good. I like that. He's nice. And now this is also, it's working, so we now have definitely enough of this. I'm just 50 per second is obviously a little bit more than we could do. So, how's this one? Is it though? 49,000. You're just still standing here. Oh, nice. So on Aquilo, it's just chugging along. Luckily, this is a good design that doesn't get stuck. Does it? No, it doesn't. Could maybe be a little bit better, but it doesn't get stuck, or it gets stuck in a good way that it can recover itself by doing this way. Justice for Squid Brain enemy on Aquilo, yes. If it has a point, except just sort of roaming around. Yeah, I would hope that they would announce that they would do a second DLC, but they were like, no, but it's gonna be smaller. Like, fine, just add another planet, something, and just we can look forward to it, so that it's not like Factorio is dead. Because it kind of feels like for the last 3 years or something, we've been looking forward to the DLC, or 2 years, I don't know how much it is. So we knew that it was coming, and now it's here, and then there's like, oh, we want to make an MMO. Really? A fucking MMO? So. I get... Oh, that's a good ratio. 173 divided by 8 point... No, it's actually... Oh, look at this ratio. It's 8.68 minus 6.94. This is how much we use. So we are getting 100 times... Okay. That might actually be a lot better than I had anticipated. Wow. So this one is now making... Each one of these asteroid chunks is making 100 times the ice. Hello, productivity. At max 300% productivity. It's because the recycling is also being increased. Who's creating an MMO? That was Cobrex who said wanted to make an MMO. Or something. RPG something. So, yeah, boo. That's actually true. No stacking turtles. That's a great point. I'm just looking at it going, Okay. So that was actually going to be limited to 60, but now it's limited to more. But 60 was still fine. And this one is capped at, yeah, it's capped at 50,000. So I honestly think that this ship can produce 50 per second. Because 50 per second means one legendary every 2 seconds. I might be pushing it, but it's not that far off. Always 4,000. And this one's just increasing. Actually, why is it... is that good? Because you're putting it in here? Should these be lit boxes like that? Because what happens is that they will be picked up by these as well when the ship comes in, and I'd really like the whole idea to sort of be launching. Each of these launching 1,000, so this will launch only 8,000 and the other 8 comes from there. Maybe that's how it goes. So, when you come back. How far are you? Okay. I'm gonna take a break and then we'll see hopefully how this works when it comes back. Right, be back in 2 minutes. What happened? Did it work? Did it not work? something worked. And then on the way is a weird number. Oops. Is that because they're coming up here? Oh, that sucks. Because they get allocated from here. And then there's 1,000 in here that gets allocated to one of the other rockets. Then the rocket starts requesting, but then this rocket silo launches, and then it just kind of is no longer available. So that sucks. That means it is not the right way to do things. Do I have that? No, I do not. Do I have that? So now they will not be sent out to the other locations. However, now they will not be sent anywhere. Okay, they're really close. So maybe I should leave at least one of them for launching. Just need this one to launch the last bits. Available on planet. So there's one. Okay, so no one is picking this one up. That means they're all launching. You're getting the last bits in. Last 4, go. And this is now 700. Is it leaving? It really wants the last 100. Which is the available on planet. That's what we're accumulating here. Doing everything I can to hack my way to getting this as fast as possible. $940, 52, 64. And then as soon as this hits, there. No? Really? Oh, one of these got there first. Okay, never mind. And that's the one. That's the missing one. And then it can launch with a clean 16,000. And then when it comes back, there should be 16,000 more. It's loading to home rocket. Not anymore. See? Not anymore. Because I've set them in here and I shouldn't have any science at all. No, no science. So, everything I have is now in steel chests and going in here. That means the next time they come in, there will be 1,000 pre-allocated and then another 1,000 pending here. And once that's processed, then they'll be launching. So 2 salvos. As it was. Where? It's flying back. It was, yes, but it isn't anymore. Because we fixed it. Yeah, but that's the whole exercise, was fixing it. And then these ones will just gradually fill up to enough So there's at least one more 1,000 in each box when it comes back. I think that'll be not a problem. This one is stalling. No, it's okay. Where are you at? Okay, still way far away. Okay, let's see. Here, the ship is working fine. Where are we at? We're at about 90,000. Nagara is 200,000, and you're now still those freaking 500. But the rocket silo things are still working, so at least the rocket silo amount is still building up. But I can see the available on planet is like hovering around 400 for some reason. And it really shouldn't be hovering around 400. Where? Dude. Oh, right. Because look at that. This 500 picked up. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. That doesn't work. So you're green. But it's not working. Why is it not working? Oh, there we go. That was the issue. Okay. So, spoilage! Yes, Ducky. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Okay, so the whole thing was caused by 6 spoilage stuck in an inserter. Gleba has spread its influence all the way to here. Lovely. Thank you, Gleba. Gleba did this. Okay, and here it's raining biters. It's not as good as it when it's raining men, but it's up there. And then we have the last annoying 500 on the way. There we go. No more stuff on the way. And then we go down. I want to see this damn thing working. Okay, so you're at 177. So this one is just now consuming, just that, give me more, give me more, give me more. And we're still having plenty. Perfect. Our issue is now this one. The Aquilo Science, cryogenic. Terminal blocker because of 2 damaged inserters on somewhere. It was so fun and annoying to find out. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, damaged inserters is also like one of those really frustrating things. Because they just mess up. Damaged things just completely mess up things. They get stuck everywhere. Alright, so we want to see how quickly this one should be emptying instantly. Or almost instantly, I'd say. And here we go. 16,000. Off we go. 10 seconds waiting time. And then it turns around. Whoop. Good. Let's have a look at Aquilo. It might actually be such that it is... Like, we clearly have enough. So maybe this ship should actually be bringing in more. This may not even be enough. Because of the distance back and forth. 120 is way too much time to wait. You can wait 60... You can actually... Yeah, 60 seconds. Wait 60 seconds. Oh, we're flying at 350,000 here. 350 kilometers. Oh yeah, that's the jet plan. So our consumption has increased. And we don't know what the state of the affairs is, how much we have on the belt, unless we look at... I guess any of these should also know how much. We have 7.6 on the belt. So it is dropping, but if it drops below, then we'll slow down for a bit. We'll slow down to 250, just for a little bit. So We are flying quickly now. Yeah, Aquilo Sun ship is a great point about how slow it is. Well, it's also just, it's old school. By the way, we haven't seen Gyna Cube in a while. I haven't, at least, noticed. Yeah, it's flying at 300 kilometers per second, which is nice, but the newer ship is faster. So I guess when this one comes back to Novice, we'll retool it from there. Not right now. Anyway, we are still building something out here. Damn, this looks nice. I like the new pattern. Maybe you should have a bigger pattern. Must be something forgotten here. Not the last one. It's very clear where it's moving. That's actually really nice. How many robots do we have here? A disgustingly low amount, actually. I'm also finding that I do see a lot of bad robots, I guess. But still, this is... What is... Oh, there's 3 left. There's 3. Seriously. Okay. Therefore, I don't get the warning. There. Done. Now I get the warning. Thank you. You're almost there. And then let's see how it works when you're picking up 32,000. Then we should see 8,000 and nothing else. 8,000, nothing else. Like that. And then whether it can then, how many it can launch. That's another batch and another batch. So it can't get 32,000, but it can get at least 24,000, which is nice. Filter out all the non-legendary items from the drone network. Yes, there is, but it's kind of awful. And that's the one, that's the part I'm have to do now. Let's build that location here, just a specific one. So this one will be requesting that, and that. This one. We'll take you. Less than legendary. Take that one, less than legendary. And that will go into a scrapper. No, there's a better way. Yeah. Because now there's room for a beacon in the middle. Is it stuck? Yeah, it's stuck. Of course it's stuck. There you go. Just get rid of all of that. Maybe this one should even be filtered so that it just takes less than legendary. So, whatever is legend, if there's something turns out to be legendary, then fine, leave it be. Alright, and then these are going to be... it is total Y and T. Y is logistics. Y is logistics. Enable when Y is less than 20,000. And then the T is over here. And then this will go that one. Like that. So I'm requesting these here, and then I wonder if I can do... No. Can't set an upper limit to it, so I can't sort of push them out. I can pull them in, but I can't push them out. Oh yeah, they're not going to turn legendary unless I do this, but do I really bother with that? No, not really. This is just a destruction thingy. Maybe I only need 10,000 of these. I'm modest like that. Let's see how our ship is faring. 24,000? 23,000. Somehow. But still, it's better. How many don't you have on this planet? 5,000 of each. I could request them on the other robots. Sure. But it's if I want to mess up something or check something with robots, then it's just nice to have it at one location. Alright, let's remind ourselves to fix that one when we get here. What about you? You're at 149. You are waiting for stuff to come in. Somehow that's a weird number, but okay. Magmaril is about 25% of the way home, but also probably running out. And how are you faring? You're up to 198,000, and when you get to 270,000, your turnaround. So you can see the density here versus the density here, not exactly the same. We still hold on to those 10 precious ones. We might actually make it. Is this the super duper ship to end all ships? I mean, this is the one that got us. This one has gotten to the Shattered Planet and is now limping its way back with low power. Because I forgot to give it enough fuel cells, but it might just make it. Doubtful, but it might. Yeah. So what about out here? Something is not working. What are we missing? Okay. A little bit of everything. So what strategy did you choose for Prometheum Science at the end of the day? I remember you were taking eggs along for the ride and were considering doing the reverse, bring back Prometheum rockets and convert them to science on top of ours. That's what I'm doing now because the other one doesn't scale. This ship is coming back with 540,000 and it's been out for 10 hours, so it doesn't really make sense to... You can't... If you go out with spider eggs, then you have a maximum limit of 30 minutes. because after 30 minutes, they hatch. Okay, why the city block pattern change? Because the current city block, this one, has a number of problems. It is, I mean, it's 6 years old or something, 7 years old. So maybe it's also time for renewal. The issue I have mainly about it is that the space I think I have to build is not actually the place I have to build, because these roboports get in the way all the time. We can see that on our default builds here, like how much I'm just like, oh, I can kind of sneak it in, but then I have to remove these, or I can sort of force it in, and it just kind of means that it always kind of is in the way, and that's just annoying. So I always have to do something else to circumvent it, and there are even places where I don't have an option and leave a little bit of empty space. So that was one thing. The other thing is that now this one was designed very much with when we only had 4 different power poles, and it just fit really nicely. Now we have 20 different power poles, 5 different qualities of 4 different power poles, and that means that at any given time you can do something different. So this idea about using the big power poles and they fit so nicely, it also kind of not really, it's outdated. The next thing is that the path here, it's not really relevant anymore, because we're never really using cars anymore, and therefore that doesn't really serve a purpose. So I was thinking, instead of having the grid sort of in the best prime space to build, which is exactly between all these, then I just kill that space. Then I want to do it the other way, where we actually have the pathing underneath the roboport grid, so that all the space in between is now quality build area. And it also fits better with space age, because, well, for space age we have found that this grid is a little too small. A lot of builds are sort of almost fitting in, but a lot of them are just barely not fitting in. I look at you, right? And it's a little bit too much of a force constraint, this side here. And then I could make it bigger, but then you have to use different power poles, and then I don't have those available when I land on Volcanoes the first time. So it's hard to build one grid and then change the grid later on. That sucks, especially if you want to do it several times for each different upgrade. So that's less good. I could maybe sort of say, no, I couldn't, not without going to Volgora and get a recycler. But you could kind of make a grid with the there, right? That would probably be a better grid, just the rare ones. But we're also seeing that designs in space age are really small. This is 924 steel per second, and it doesn't take much space. So if we look at this space here and go back to Novice, then, you know, these 4 builds could easily fit into one city block of the new 50 by 50 city blocks. And if I can then fit in about 1,000 steel into one block, I mean, that's pretty good. So builds are smaller, but not so small that we can make do with the substation grid, as I found out in this series. But they definitely can be smaller, and that's why I've settled on these 50 by 50. It also means that you can just break down the walls between them, and then you got a double block or a quad block or whatever. Still show nest beyond the range. What? You should have different quality grids for different stages of the games. No, definitely not. Because roboports are 50 by 50 at all stages of the game, so that's what dictates it. Then the electrical grid, yes, you can have different types of electrical grids at different stages of the game. But that's just one of those things where if you want like a full grid, then use substations with whatever level you have. If you just want... I also think that that's another part of it. Like, what I really liked about this is that I have 100% coverage of everywhere. So when I need to build something, I don't care where they are built. It's going to be powered. Um, but on the other hand, that was something that was more of a concern in the good old days when you built designs that were like this, rows of beacons with assemblers in between. But the newer builds that we have are of a different format. They're more like this, fewer beacons, or even like this, fewer beacons again. And this build would also be like a perfect thing to put in to like these new blocks. That would be perfectly situated. It could even be doubled, and then everyone would be happy. So I think that there are some reasons why it warrants another look, and that's what we've done. And what I'll do now is I'll build out some space, which is what we're doing now. And as we are getting this space under control, we'll start looking at. We looked at the first bit. That's a default little build here. This is actually surprisingly nice. We could also make it in a way that crosses these gaps, but this is really aesthetic to me, so I like. The 4 squares in the center of the Roboport block isn't too shabby. But then you're talking about like legendaries, right? But then I'm still having, I'm getting exactly the same problem as I had before if I do that. I'm gonna use this as our method here. Whoa! Yeah, Windows D is not what I wanted to press. That one, that one, that one, that one. Okay. So now if I wanted to have what you're saying, like some kind of grid in the middle here, that is just like this. Right, this is what I imagine that you're talking about with the 4 in the middle. That would make it rotatable, right? Yes, rotate, rotate, rotate. Exactly, perfect. And it also tiles, nice. However, didn't I just do the stuff that I didn't want to do, and now I just load a smaller scale? Like my main gripe with this existing one is that I think I have this space to build on, but realistically I only have this space because the space out here is kind of dead. And then I just feel that didn't we just do the same thing? Instead of thinking I have this space to work on, then I really only have this space to work on because like this space out here is kind of dead. So I feel that it's achieving this, or it's doing the same thing. I definitely concede this is nicer in that regard because in most cases, because the tiles, actually I wouldn't even do it like that. I would actually move it a little bit in so that it would be an even grid everywhere, because it's not actually an even grid right now. Yeah, the ports are very flexible, yes. And thank you for saying that. I'm not deaf to the merits of this, or blind to it, even. Okay, so I'm going to use this as an example, because I want to test. Like now, there's a big square and a small square and some rectangles. I think it would be better, I guess is the word we're looking for. Maybe like even like this. That would be, I think that would give us the grid that is, everything is a square. No, not really. There are only 2 overlap here and there's 4 overlap here, so it can't really be done, I see. I remember the legendary power poles match perfectly with bot range. Yeah, that's not true. They don't. So this is slightly better, but now it might be even worse because it's only just like, isn't that? That's not correct. But anyway, that's not necessarily a disqualifying factor. Your argument about the fact that it is very flexible in length is a really good one. Because my dislike for this one is exactly as I said, that it's blocking out the middle of this area here. But obviously you could move it in and still have pretty much the same result. You couldn't move it further out from here without losing something. Unless the whole thing starts shifting. But on the other hand, you could also say, I am just building it with that grid. And then when I start build something inside, I'll just make whatever. I don't think it matters that much because right now we are building it with legendary power poles, but what it'll be built with initially is actually like this. And then whatever is the middle here. That's the middle. And then this one is off. Like that. Because I need it to be in the middle of the square more than in the middle between that one and that one. For potential rails. Rail lines have to go through the middle of this tile, so they have to go here. Okay, so that's still a little bit off. No? Oh yeah. Like that. There we go. Oh, it's a house. And the roof here. So I think that it matters less about what it looks like in the end game, because that's the end game. It's maybe more important the principle of it. Yeah. Like, yeah. I see a point. I definitely see a point. I'm not sure I want it. I think this one also has a lot of merit as well, because you are very clearly, this is the build space, the logistics, the infrastructure space. You can also just keep adding more roboports if you feel this is going to be a busy roboport area. So what we need to do is integrate trains into this idea to figure out if that can work. There. Yeah, the ones that are double are pretty ugly. They'll need to be cleaned up. That's a big difference. This is looking much nicer. First Space Age Masterclass City Blocks. Yeah, makes sense, right? Do you fly faster in mech suit if there's concrete below you? Yes, yes you do. You can see it here. First without, and then with. Clearly faster. So yeah. Okay. Let's. You speed up when you land. No, it just looks like it. It is exactly the same speed. What? You fly? You run faster. Oh, okay. Speed up when you land. Oh, okay. So you think that the flying is the same speed? It might actually look a little bit like. So let's find somewhere where we have some. All right. So what is it now we want to do? Okay, here. Let's just look. Whee! That's fast. Yeah. How's your power grid holding up? It's fine now that I added some of this nuclear power to it. Right. And let's see. Let's see. We are not missing anything, and this one is working at full capacity. All right. What is the next thing? The next thing, apart from just expanding out here, is we need to figure out how to do. How could we do trains and yeah. How would we do mining on Novice? That's very, very simple question. How the hell would we do that end game? Let's run over to this one. Will it go quality of solar power? Nah. Don't bother. Not really using it. Transport liquid. Yeah. Yeah, let's do some calculations for that. That one. They can just stream that simple question. Yeah, but it's also now we're answering questions that, I mean, maybe no one has asked them before, but maybe they should have. But it's more along the lines of, maybe we'll find something that will be like, damn, this is cool. Because my thought about this is, I get 10 times as much molten iron as I get iron ore. But here the storage size is 40, and here it's 50,000. So that's more than a factor 10. So by that metric, it should be better. Except this one has a built-in 50% productivity. I don't think that I would want productivity here. But I don't know. This one is producing 57.5, and this one is, okay, so it'll definitely need to be matching in speed. But building productivity here just seems kind of silly. This can produce 400 now. On the other hand, maybe not. Maybe yes. $54, $57. I find liquid change essential now is because with everything legendary, the consumption is so high. Yes, I think that you're right. Also, it gives us the added. Oh, we are going to see a problem now. If that starts shooting here, then I'm going to need my good friends up here. Oops. Yep, yep. Oh, okay. We could also just walk through this. Oh, oh, oh. Run! Yeah, so here, okay, now suddenly we get a little bit busy. I don't know why they started shooting out here. Like, why did they not shoot before? We didn't get an upgrade or anything, so just kind of suddenly. How much can you get through a pipe all the way to the base? Remove the whole train to 6. No, I think you have to put it on trains. It looks so cool when they shoot a barrage and then just step away. Like, yep, that should be enough. Yes. Not quite enough. Strafing! Oh! Someone's under attack. They're coming! Intercept. It's just so typical of me to just build these things and then forget to defend it. Like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. That's a very sharp corner. Okay, so there's some shooting up here for some reason. Okay, so maybe they just were waiting for some tungsten or something. Luckily we don't have radars everywhere. Usually the radars would be the ones that caused us to cause them to attack stuff. Radar coverage from roboports or pollution? Hmm? Yeah. Is that one biter? That's one biter. Of course it's one biter. There's like idle biters here and there. Okay, we'll just take this batch first. And even if they just log on to a robot, then the robot flies so fast that they'll be out of the way. No more idle roaming robots here, or idle roam. Oh, there. Is that something I should take care of myself? No, I'm too far away. I can take care of these. Always busy. Or because pollution is generating that tile. Usually it's not. It doesn't need radar coverage to identify it. But I don't know if that's been changed. But suddenly they just started shooting out here, which they didn't do before, so something. Anyway, this corner is still fine. Productivity. What about our ships here? You are heading home now. Yep, with 400,000. So Barthik is almost completing its first journey. And there's nothing left now. This is the last bits. But we are 1/3 of the way. And it looks like we've consumed maybe 25 out of the 200 we have. So there is but hope. There's hope. A little bit of it. It's these 300 kilowatts that's going to make it, right? Yeah, the belt buffer might clutch it. Yes, the belt buffer we're up to, right? And plus the internal buffer here. Like, this is the one that's going to be, when this drops down to grab another stack in, then it starts pulling out. Yeah, it might be enough, I think. 1/3 of the way and 100% left. The problem will be that at some point you only will have 2 inserters who can insert, giving low power. Yeah, but at that point our power is also decreasing. It should be. It's not, but it really should be. Maybe we're still flying at an absolutely reckless speed of 350. Get us out of there! It's about as fast as we can fly. But at some point, we should... actually, we can look at on the 10-hour cycle here. So you can see that this is the power consumption is increasing. So this spike, or this drop, was the drop at... yeah, at the shadow planet, and now it's obviously higher on this side than on this side because we were flying slower here, but now we're flying higher, so we're consuming more power. But the power is the average. The fuel consumed is the area under the graph, and even though we go a little bit higher, the graph will drop slower down or faster down, so the area underneath the graph will be smaller on the way home. And then, but it will drop. Might even start seeing some kind of trend. For flying here, and then I upped it to 350, and then now it's sort of trending a little bit downwards. Not that we can really see it here, but maybe that's like the trending downwards part. I mean, if we really want to see it. Rockets should be more energy efficient. Yeah, but there's also rockets doing most of the work. But we are just flickering here with our power. But I'm feeling a trend downwards now. And if we look at here, this one, there's definitely a difference between 700 per minute and 500 per minute. So there's a lot less coming in, even though we might not be able to see it. So hopefully. Interesting. That'll be like a cliffhanger for sure. And another cliffhanger. Hey, dude, what are you doing? If the rockets can keep up, the engine should be easy enough to get back. The rockets will be able to keep up. They are right now. Otherwise, we'll slow down a little bit to keep up. Okay, those I don't think will be caught before they get into the normal defenses. Yes, you can do it. Oh, it's unpowered. Well, these are not unpowered. They'll still shoot. Good. Okay, we go back. That legendary nuke. Yeah, so I'm thinking that our ideal case, will actually be something like this. And then, of course, as we increase, there's a, I'm not saying problem here, but there's a, they are 5 wide, and the wagons are 6 wide. But there's also space in between them. There's 6 plus 1. So I think that if I did something like that, because then there would actually be room for getting that inbound. And if I really wanted to be, then I could do something like this. This is now 171, and this is... Okay. Funny how that did not actually... 113, this is 400. Okay, so this just scales a lot better with... Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. This is fast enough. I'm thinking if there's a reason to sort of have it go into multiple. I don't really think so. I think this is 113, and if I do that, it's 103. No. It's consuming 103, but it's 2.5 outbound, and now it's 1.6 outbound. If I did that, it would be 2.8 outbound. So productivity is actually still not a bad idea, even if just for speed. It also saves on the calcite. Yeah, it stops producing for the next wagon. That's a good point. So if I wanted to avoid that, I would put in liquid buffers. I don't know how you put molten iron into in an iron box, but that there's probably some magic to that. We are going to be watching this as I take a little bit of a short break, and then we have come back with our bonus hour. How's that one? Ugh. You. Okay, that's a headache for another day. All right, be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for that bonus hour. Okay. We are back here, and this is that. All right, so another iteration of this would be one that has storage in it. Even just a small storage, would that do anything? We don't have to worry about flow rates or anything. But even just something like this, that would store 50,000, which is... Seems weird when talking about lava. Yeah, well, off the shore and into the lava, I don't know. It's... yeah, they just didn't change the name. But this would be like... like I would have infinite space behind here, so that's not a problem. Third car with castle to live on? No, I'm just going to bring it in here by robot. And then the idea would be that this would be 5 plus, well, imagining that, and then yeah, and then oh. Does that connect? No. Should be. Let's try and build it as a proper station. See that? No. Like this would be better. Does that connect correctly? It's hard to say. Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's 3 connected on each. Are you going to pump from both sides? No, I can't. I mean, I could, because then I could double up. Because I don't really need it. This one cannot pump. It can pump. This can make 2.5, and that's just one pump. So I could put it in from both sides. Just not having so many pumps, which is also kind of relevant, but only good for like the next round. Something like this, right? So that would now be putting into each, it would be putting 5,000 per second. That would mean it takes 10 seconds to fill this up, and then of course it can continue for as much as it wants, but honestly this is hard to see that I can build it bigger than this. And so you were the one who said like, oh, we're going to spend the rest of the day on such a simple idea. Yes, but here's another thing that we could do. If you really want to be optimizing, then we do something like this, right? Where it goes in, fills up the first 4, goes forward, fills up the next 4, and then goes out. But that sucks. The question is then, should we just say each location will be probably a round blob like this, because that's kind of how they look. And that round blob will be responsible for 1 train station, right? And then we can have more trains just backing up and just leave, get in, leave, get in. That would have been cool though. Well, it doesn't matter because they are connected here. I kind of think they should also be connected across. So this is one network. Yeah. Okay, so here's the part. This is producing 11,000. Why is it 11,000? Oh, because it's 2,000. Okay, so 11,000 per second. Let's go over on the other side and look at if we can say that we can get 11,000 liquid produced. How much is that actually? Because that's kind of the next question. Like, is that a lot? Is it enough? Is it something where I'll be like, oh, that's not really going to cut it? That's 10 full belts. That's okay. I think that's okay. So this train or this location can feed 10 fully stacked belts of iron. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. What about you? Or 1,500 steel per second. Oh, it's the max of 16k for one machine? Okay, is that one machine? I don't... yes, because there are 2 liquid inputs and each is capped at 6,000. 100 per tick times 60 ticks per second, 6,000 per part. Yeah, so 6 belts. Cool, thank you. Minus the time when there are no trains. Yeah, sure. But that's not a lot. So if we're still looking at something like, okay, it's 10 belts of iron or 5 belts of steel. That's... Let's do some referencing, right? This is producing 40 legendary. Here. And it's using 191 steel. So it's enough. It's enough. One of these patches is enough to make 240 steel here. Of course, we also need a little bit here, a little bit there, but that's not much. So just thinking about it like this. This is enough iron, liquid iron, or molten iron to make 240 purple science. And purple science is by far the worst one. By far. So that I feel is pretty good. Which means, okay, so this just means that, okay, we're not going to be needing like 100 patches to keep up. We're going to need several patches, but they're all sort of going to be feeding into the same train network that will then be working, right? Out of a patch, if you're willing to put a double pipeline for copper and iron along the sacred path across the map. Yeah, that's not working. Because you're going to reach the maximum distance, and once you reach the maximum distance, you're going to run into throughput issues, and then you have to decide what kind of throughput you want, and then you have to put in extra pumps, and not only just the extra pumps, but you also have to decide at that point which direction is the flow going to be, which means it's not like one network where you can just put everything in and it's available everywhere. It'll be like, oh, okay, from out here we have to push it that way, from out here we have to push it that way, and then you take out something, and then kind of have to figure out like how's the push in here and how is it taken out and how is, so it's not as simple as that. You can do it to a certain extent, but yeah, I like it, but I don't. Also, you can't really navigate the VOD. Yeah, the pump throughput is the, and I think actually it's not just the pump throughput, but also the pump directionality that's the issue. And the design part of it. Like, this is all fine and good until I need to turn right here. How do I merge these together? I do like this. Yeah, right? Then we get into all sorts of other issues. Yeah, so definitely is not ideal in any way, and it's going to need a large buffer of these so that they are always going, and then also a large buffer on the input side. That's the biggest issue, because if this is going into a build, that build needs to be, oh yeah, how much calcite does it use? That's a great point. 9 per second, so nothing. Easily robotable, dronable. So now like, this is the same patch size, right? This can also just, I can just think about it and go like, okay, well, that should be 11,000 copper coming out, and well, coalium liquid. That's surprisingly low. It is surprisingly low. There's also like, yeah, legendary everything here, and legendary here. Legendary stuff makes wonders. We don't have a lot of patches like this. Oh, 2.3 patches. But, you know, we can find more patches. So, we now have the next question, and that is a grand network of trains where everything is just shared, or would we say, you know, let's make purple science, and then I would find a dedicated copper and iron and not stone. Yeah, stone, yes, but not coal. Hey. Oops, probably not gonna work. There. Hey, sorry for out of topic, but I'm trying to switch from bus to city block design, and I kinda am getting confused how to manage the trains. Is it possible to do in vanilla Space Age? Yes, but it's not one or the other. I see that on Reddit when I dare go in there. This is my base that's been there for 450 hours or so in this place, and this is how I started. So so the way I do a transition from a bus base to a city block, which isn't actually what I do, because I think the city block it's kind of the same. So anyway, what I do is I build my bus, but I build it inside the city blocks. And then at some point, I might be like, okay, I'm going to be outsourcing, instead of bringing the raw iron ore inbound to process it here and then go up on the bus. Then instead, I'll probably get it in here and then on a train getting in here. Or I might actually not in that case, I might just bring it in on a train here, and then delete this, and then it goes into the train. Or instead of having the green circuits here, we would then rely on copper and iron coming in. Then I would just make a train station here, or actually out here. Well, this was just, there were some things in the way. So I'd make a train station here that would unload the green circuits as I would have built a new green circuit build out here, whatever. Just, and then let the trains go in. And that way, that would transition gradually from being a main bus base to being something where you build it outsourced, because the stuff, the green circuit build you build outsourced, which is now providing back here, will now mean that you are going to be using less iron and copper in the main base. And then sort of then also you later on build the red circuits, and maybe you build the science parts outside, and you can gradually start scaling up and building more and more stuff in dedicated city blocks, and then linking them back into the base, because that's how I do it. Where replacing the green circuits, replacing the red circuits, replacing the blue circuits, replacing the sciences will then come in over here, for example. That's how I do it. Hopefully that was useful. And there is also I have a video step-by-step transition to mega base, something like that. And that is describing that in minute details. Space exploration playthrough, that sounds awful. Thank you, that is useful, but are you making purple science and hours again? The point here is that we are actually constrained by the output of this one. So I think that it's worthwhile to take red, green, blue, military, I don't know, gray, black, whatever, yellow, and purple, and make them here, the non-legendary versions. Because then I don't need to rely on this here to output them. Then I can output them somewhere else. And then I would want to have some kind of train design, and I haven't figured that out. Maybe that's the first thing we need to figure out. Like, this is good. This gives me peace of mind that there is a way to do this that will work. It's going to need a lot of trains that are sort of maybe 10 trains just going between these locations. Don't care. As long as it can be extracted from this location easily, then I'm happy. Also really cool that it's liquid, means that I can use it for both iron and copper, which means it's fewer inbounds for the eventual station. But another thing that I want to do is, how would I build a station that takes science inbound and process it, obviously. That's a lot of that. That's a big command we just issued. Okay, get busy, robots. Okay, so let me just try to articulate that again. Most of our science is coming from orbit, but some of it could be built locally. I think that if I want this to scale beyond the meager 230,000 or 225,000 that I have, or in this case here only 114, then I need to do something. I can't rely on this, because this is running at peak capacity almost. Especially for this, right? These are barely keeping up. We need some excuse to use the elevated train tracks. Ooh, nice. That's a good point. I keep forgetting them because I don't think they're cool on Fulgora, but yeah, what Fulgora, what? And they're also cool on Aquilo. The irony is that Aquilo is the train base, is the train planet, which is so absurd, but it is. Why don't you have all legendary science yet? I do have the ones that make sense. And I do have it for the YouTube episode, but I don't have it for this episode. Actually, I don't know why this one's not What did we not do about this? I think we forgot to start it last time. Yeah, it's paused. We were waiting for this one to get started and get done. Yeah, okay, so that's actually funny. Thank you for reminding me. This one was built last time, but never initiated. So thank you for that heads up on distractions. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Good, so this is now working. And then I'll send you out. Good. I don't know if this is how it should be. Very sad that the science is limited by a hub. Yes. I can do it with I can do it with robots, but I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to do it with robots because I like belts. I think belts is the coolest thing about Factorio, and I think robots are amazing at. Like, I think logistics robots bringing stuff to me, logistics robot for bringing low quantity stuff around the base, sure. But the part about like thousands per second, really don't want to use robots for that. Really want to avoid that. That's going to be the option. Just belt-based builds. I think they should let us build more landing pads. Yes, I think so too. And I know why they don't, and I think that it's a very clunky solution to it. I feel that this might be one of the things that I feel about Space Age is that how do I say this the a fair way? I think some of the decisions, like fundamental decisions in the game, are strange and a little out of character with what I would have expected from the Factorio team. I think that's the fairest way of saying it. So what I mean by that is one landing pad. I can see the rationale from it. Like, if you didn't have one landing pad, there's going to be a hell of a lot of which one landing pad are you directing it to, and could you then take from one landing pad, you could sort of send it up, and then you could have your storage in space and then drop it down to whichever landing pad is the most convenient, and thereby you could transport things from one end of the planet to another quite easily. Maybe that's what they want to avoid. I can understand that. But it's a clunky way to just say, oh, just one. Likewise with the whole rocket capacity thing, it's also just, it seems like they were sort of, my guess would be like, okay, they settled on stack capacity, and then there were some things that were just a little bit off when they looked stack capacity. And instead of changing the stack capacity, the stack size, they went with some special things, such as ammunition is super nerfed. Why? Because Kovacs didn't want to have us bring uranium ammo to space. It's that simple. Kovacs wanted us to craft ammo in space, so he just decided to nerf the stack capacity until we stopped sending uranium ammo to space. Again, it's a clunky solution to a problem, right? The way that you cannot do pull requests in space, you can't have a spaceship sitting in orbit and then being summoned to a planet based on a demand, like you can with trains, where you have a train that's sitting there full of iron ore, and then whichever station opens up and says, I want some iron ore, it goes there. Now, instead, you have to go to all planets and ask, do you want iron? Do you want iron? Do you want iron? Do you want iron? Keep going back. And that's also like a super clunky way of doing logistics, like very uncharacteristic. And I think I could just mention 3 that are major weird decisions. Also, why are we not able to get stone in space? That makes no sense. It's giant rocks. They must have stone on them. So, there's a lot of those things where those it's a clunky solution that they've chosen to solve a difficult problem. No stone is pure metal. It's not pure metal because you need to crush it first. Direct insert rocket parts ingredients to center space. Exactly. That's another thing that's also like incredibly clunky, for lack of a better word. And it's the stuff that I hope gets fixed for 2.1, and maybe they were simply having so many things that they want to fix, and now they've sort of seen how people are actually playing the game, and they can sort of see, oh yeah, this is not like, I have the advantage that if I do this and put it in my YouTube videos and people start copying it, I can guarantee you that this thing can keep Cobrex awake at night. This is not something that should become common trend to do. So if this becomes common trend, then they'll change it, because that's not the right way to do things. And fine. So let's make it as prolific as possible so that they kind of get a better solution. Yeah, and enemies on different planets, like, I would have loved to see Fulgora with automated defenses when you go out to a new location. Like some of this, there's just a little laser turret out here that's charged by the batteries nearby, so that when you run around and forget all about it, you get zapped by it. It's not going to be major things. It's just going to be like keeping you sort of occupied, and there'll be something, maybe some landmines and stuff. At least you aren't using silos as buffer chest. That's true. Aquilo is, I think Aquilo mechanics are brilliant and amazing. It's just sterile. Like, now it's done. There's nothing to do here. There's very few things that are valuable. There's the science, and then there are literally 6 things you're going to build on this planet, and that's it. Right? That's it. These are the 6 things you build on this planet, and once you have that, there's actually 5 things, because you don't really need 2 quality levels, right? So once you have the, okay, maybe that one as well. So that's 6 things. So you build very, very few things on this planet, and that's and yeah, the sound running. Yeah, sure. It's running at 113,000 per second, so it's just chugging along. Aquilo should have the brain slug thingy, the overlord. That's such a this is such a beautiful build, by the way. I gotta say, well done, me. This is such a beautiful build. It looks so good. Neat. Anyway, yeah, so I think that's a lot of missed opportunities that would, and I don't think they're going to be fixing in 2.1, but I would hope that they would. Yeah, there's also the whole logistics part where things are sort of, you can't control if things are being dropped off. It's either everything dropped off. The only way you can prevent things from dropping off is by requesting it from that planet. Like, I don't want to do. Why haven't I clicked this one? So yeah, ever science, Fulgora and Aquila become very boring to me. Yes, Fulgora particularly. Fulgora has one purpose and one purpose only. That's it. This one, holmium. Just make infinite holmium, and once you have the legendary holmium, that's it. This one makes us, I can't even remember, enough holmium that we don't care about it. Enough legendary holmium, and then we just make our legendary science, and then we don't need to worry about that anymore. And then of course there are a few other things that also need to be done, but again, when you have the legendary holmium, then that's going to be the benchmark, because then you can make the legendary these ones and legendary the next ones, and then you ship those off, both the normal version and legendary versions. So yeah, Fulgora doesn't have a purpose. Gleba has a kind of a purpose, but not so much. There's like, no, Gleba has also kind of lost its purpose. Fuel, not really. Honestly, fuel is not the fuel, and plastic And sulfur. Sulfur, yes, but how much sulfur do you realistically need? You're gonna actually no, not sulfur. I'd rather get sulfur from orbit. Plastic, nope. Fuel, nope. Plastic is. It's just so much simpler here. Yeah, this one. This is my fuel build. So much simpler. So much more robust. Carbon fiber, rocket turrets. Yes. Not even rocket turrets. Carbon fiber. Just carbon fiber. Like, there are the things that must be done there, but I would have loved that, like, the way that they started out by sort of... So, the intention, I think. Modules and circuits on Fulgora. Makes sense, right? That's how you... Volcanus, iron, copper, steel, low dense structure, like the base materials. Gleba, sulfur, plastic, rocket fuel, Aquilo. But at least these had an identity. There's missing a planet that would be good at engines, robot frames, electric engines. That would be cool as well. Robots. It's fine. Each planet has limited meaning. Yeah, I think that's also fine. I just would have loved to have distributed production. But lava is too good. I think it's that part. You think that Volcanus is a problem? Yes. I think Volcanus is way too good. It is, and it's fun that it's so good, but I think this is illustrating it aptly. The input, this is 924 steel per second, and all it takes is that. This is the input. It doesn't seem right. Like, imagine you go 2 years back in time and go like, yeah, I just set up 7 offshore pumps, and from that I'll create 900 steel per second. What? It's so absurd. And yeah. Sure, you also need a little bit of calcite. But... so, planet with Factorio version of Dark Fog. You shoot down their robot and they get robot parts. Engines, maybe. I mean, that's another thing. Making better versions of oil processing. No, you don't. You have it. You're just not using it. But you have it. It's here. Right there. It's built in 50% productivity. It just sucks to use it because it infects Gleba on everything else. It's funny how well your little science bus is transferable to legendary once you hit LDS shuffle. How well your little science bus? What, my little science bus? Like that one? I never knew that. Yes. Oh, right. The first one I made in Volcanoes. Yeah, this one. This is really good. Actually, I think that I would... Okay, next time I would not do it like this. Because now I have a coupling between everything, and I don't know if I have enough iron or copper or steel or green or red. I have no idea if I have enough of any of it. So what I would do next time is simply build everything dedicated to red, to greens, to blues, to military, to purple, to yellow. And then just have a module. Like, for example, we have this neat module here. Okay, it's not so neat when it's not fully legendarized. I think I have a legendary version of this, right? This one. This is a neat module that makes blue circuits from nothing. It needs a little bit of sulfur inbound and then a little bit of plastic inbound, but aside from it, it's lava. And I think that's a really neat build. Can you look at the LDS shuffle build again and like it so much? Yeah, me too. It is a silly thing. It's a really cool build. It's very technical. I need cancel. Yeah, sure. And this build is this. Oh, let's say one of these is 45 legendary steel per second. Boggers. All right. Let's see. Barthik, where are you at? You are now 543,000. You have successfully made it back. Why are we not getting anything inbound? Because I think we have enough. And Battle Nagar, you are... What are you doing? Now what are you doing now? See, this is not good. I think it's the condition here that I changed. Yeah, this is why. Okay. I should make this to be here. Which one did I change? There. Because the point is, it should get 15,000. Then when it gets 15,000, it'll say, hey, I got all my requests fulfilled. I got none of this. I got none of this. So let me head out. And as soon as it starts heading out, then it'll get there. It will now not request anything. Oh, this is dangerous, right? I'm thinking about the situation where it still has some of this left. No, if it has something left and it requests something, then it will also produce. Okay, so I think this is fine. We just needed to actually trigger one more. But it won't trigger because we have too much on Novice, right? No, we don't. We do not have enough. Oh. Then I actually think it should self-regulate. Oh, Barthik is not getting... Why are you not requesting this? You should be. There we go. So now it's... Something is coming in here. It's now requesting it. And hopefully it'll get in here. But maybe some of it will get into this one. And some of it will go over here with Barthik. And... At some point we'll see those here. I don't know which one they'll be sent to. Not enough biter production. There is enough biter production, but there's not enough biter production when both ships are back home. There is enough biter production when we didn't do what I just did. Send it up to delete it. Okay, so the question is, which one will actually get it? And adding more biter production would be easy. I just need to make sure that that's what I want. I could make 5,000 more and then make it 10,000 each. Yeah, I was thinking maybe adding that I can add up to 20,000 on Novice, and then each one of these requests 10,000. That might be... The thing is, it just has to be enough to generate the flow that I need. Let's try that. Let's try 10,000 each. Oh, now it left. But then it starts deleting. Perfect. Then on Novice, we just add more. That's also a very dead old thing. There. There we go. I think you have the raw ingredients set to 0, while I think you should have it lower or equal to 1 production. What the hell? Where are you? You're at there. Okay, so it's Balnagar that left. Yes. As you should. Good. This one, you mean this is set to 0? I am not monitoring. This is preventing it from going in so that I will not have more than 20-ish in here. Actually, these should be... Oh, okay, weird that it's 26. So that will actually get out there, and I think I wanted to do that. Okay, let's hope that with these spawning very soon that I don't lose this ship. Actually, let's go back here. Or maybe even there. Let's see if we can get that. Feel a little bit more safe about this. Let's see what happens when they spawn. 1 minute and 10. I'm ready for the clip. Good. Good. Ready to clip it. You'll be disappointed. I hope. "55 seconds. Ah, yeah. And time is moving slowly here, so... Oh, I deleted something important. Oh no. "36 seconds. 34 seconds. Don't destroy me. Not even a sub anymore. Yeah. You've fallen from grace. The green wire is connected by itself. Yeah, you can see that it's connected. It got connected as I did that. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, where are you going? Oh, you're just going back here for pickups. These are fresh, but it's the ones in here that are not so fresh. "7 seconds. Stop the novice. That's it. Okay, there was only 6 of each. You don't get that, you don't get that, and you really shouldn't be getting this, but I guess you are. You're getting 10,000. What? That's you. You're still getting this, and you shouldn't have, but... let's also make sure that we have this here. Yeah. It's good. 14 here. And you have quite a few. So this is starting, and Balnagari is here. You're gonna get this. It's a waste, but the rest should go here then. Yes. On the way 9,000. Okay, and on the way here. Yeah, that's the 9,000. There. It is just the 6,000 in order to get its mission complete. It's also missing 1 repair pack, which we should be getting at the same time. So we get the repair pack, we get the biters, and then we leave. Here it comes. That's the repair packs. Good. And now we just need the biter eggs. Did that ship destroy biters while still making signs. Did that ship destroy biters while still making signs? No, it's no. I don't think so. It's because I click back and forth. So this one is now leaving. It got 10,000, and that's just its queue for leaving. So it fulfilled the request. Now it's leaving. And as it's leaving, it gets rid of all of these because I don't want to be taking any chances. I could have left it here and because I'll get it out there, but that's really not how this ship is supposed to work. It's supposed to be hovering over novice, crafting there, and as you go out, we start from scratch. It's just to make it more logical with how it deletes it. Yep. This one is... Yep. So now this is also when it leaves. So that you might be... Yeah. So this one is standing with 527,000. You're just crafting as fast as you can. And it's slipping, but now it should be working better. Now it's building up more in the rocket silos. I hope that it works. Might trash something, but I don't know. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think how you could prevent egg load is to use some kind of token system on each rocket. Yeah, and it sucks because again, limitation of how they've decided to implement it. Hey, halfway. None here. I should monitor what's on the belt though. At least I can at least see it here. No? Oh, that's the green wire. The red wire. 106. That should be enough. I think we're gonna make it. What about power then? If you look at it like this, yeah, power is definitely dipping now. It's not dipping fast, but it's definitely trending downwards. And if we look at production stats for this, just so that we, yeah, it went really high, but now it's way more manageable. Look on that 1 hour cycle, it's a nice trend downwards, but this one is more clear. We're still actually using quite a lot of railgun ammo. That seems to be constant, but the amount of explosive rockets is dipping, which is also what we could see. Don't know if you could see that previously. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much constant. Interesting. Oh, look at that. The height of this and the height of that. Huh. Weird. It's definitely not as dense, but look at this. When you just see this, all of this has to be tracked and monitored and scanned and all that shit. Oh, every single one has to pass through all of these things to figure out which ones are eligible to attack and which one to be attacked and queue up and what's the impact of shooting. Oh man. Do they stack on the belt? No. Well, they can, but they don't. This is not a stack inserter. But it is 106, no matter if it's stacked or not. Plus there's also some in here. 12 plus 11 plus 11 plus 11. That's another 45, 6. 46, yeah. So we have 106 here, plus 46 in there. And when we started the stream, we had 207 or something calculated, and now we have 150. So looks like we've used 50 and we made it halfway there. So last time I was sure that we were going to make it, but then you persuaded me that we weren't going to make it, and then this time you made me believe again. So interesting. Yeah. They're gonna keep tinkering. I might actually do another Factorio stream next week because I think that we started on so many cool things today, and we also want to see this. So let's see. My plan for next week is that I'll have 3 streams: Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. Sunday, of course, will be Factorio. Monday and Wednesday, maybe Thursday, but I'm not sure. Will be Timberborn, so we're gonna start up a new Timberborn update 7 tomorrow. Yeah. I know I've said it a million times, but tomorrow I actually plan on doing it. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a tiny chance that I'll do a sponsored stream either Monday or Wednesday, and if that's the case, then I'll move the other thing to Thursday. I don't think so because yeah, everything was fine, and I put my conditions, and they were like, "Oh yeah, well we agree to everything, but we don't like that you write that it's an ad in the title because it makes people not watch it." And we're like, "Sorry, that's both EU and US regulations, and definitely Danish ones, definitely Danish regulations. So otherwise, it's false marketing." But that's beside the point. It's not because I think I'm going to get caught and get fined. It's more along the lines of I don't like the idea that you'd want me to hide the fact that it's a sponsored content. I mean, of course, I'm going to say it, but I also want it to be prominently displayed if I make a sponsored video or a sponsored stream. It has to be in the title. Even if it's not legislation, I would want to have it there. Because I think that's the right thing to do. Full disclosure and full transparency. So anyway, probably not going to be any sponsored stream. It's not the company that makes the game. It's the influencer agency that handles it. So it's wild that they don't like it. It's not that it's not the company. It's this influencer agency, and I mean, I don't have the utmost respect for influencer agents as a profession. Let's just put it like that. They're sort of. It feels like it's a group of people. Now I'm painting over an entire industry here. It feels like it feels like it's a bunch of one-eyed people who laugh at all the blind people who they can cheat. And they're like, yeah, you still only got one eye, but you're like, because most influencers have no idea what a contract is and have no idea about indemnity clause, and will just go like, ooh, money, yes, free money to play games, awesome, sign. It's like, no. I've been reading contract and been hounding external consultants and stuff for many years, so I always make it a little bit difficult, as you can probably imagine. I'm not going to be having sort of some shit in the contracts about disclosures and non-disclosures or indemnity clauses, or that's like the worst one, or liability or stuff like that. It's like, no. So, and then it's always one of those where I'm clearly saying, underlining and saying, like, you do not get review rights for my video. You don't get editorial rights. When you pay me to play the game, not for my opinion. And they're going like, yeah, of course. Just send it to us before so we can check that things are right. It's like, no. Did I not make myself clear? You do not get to do editorial. And that's why I dislike that industry, because they feel that they're always pushing what they can get away with. And they think that they're smarter than the influencers, and that pisses me off. I hate people who think they're smarter than me. If you're smarter than me, I'm not going to notice it because you're literally smarter than me. But when people like, salespeople in like, who sells you something in like a mattress in a whatever or something, they're always like, they're pushing all these sales tricks, and they're pushing so hard, and it's like, I'm not so stupid that I fall for your flattery. It's so superficial, and you laugh wholeheartedly at anything I say. It's like, I don't fall for it. So, give me the creeps. So yeah, really outlaw contracts that are so overly common in general. It should be possible to close everything. I mean, who exactly do you expect to outlaw draconian contracts? The current president of the United States or the Consumer Protection Agency? Oh, wait, that doesn't exist anymore. So I don't think I would have high hopes about anything being legislation in service of protecting consumers and the little man. So don't think I would count on it. Just learn how to read a contract and don't be fooled by people who are not your friends who pretend to be your friends. Yeah, but the offer only lasts this week. Yeah. Yeah. Like something the EU could have done if they informed enough. Yeah. I mean, there are legislation, and there's also like if contracts in like non-enforceable contracts and stuff like that. And they're also like in Denmark, for example, if you want to do business in Denmark, it doesn't matter where you are. It's, like Tesla is having the same issue in Sweden because they don't want to follow Swedish legislation, and that's just how it is. So, yeah. But it's good thing to be informed about it. This is yet another reason why I don't do so many sponsored deals, because if I play the game for 4 hours, I will have spent at least the same amount of time just looking through a contract, emailing back and forth, conditions, terms, clarifications, documentations, shit like that. And that's just not what I'm into. I'd rather just play the game and just whatever. So, yeah. TOS for Pokemon Go forbidding me to murder people and go to military bases. It's getting to be ridiculous. Yeah, okay. Wow, good thing they put it in there. Otherwise, you would murder people and go to military bases. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, every time there is a specific clause like that, there has been an incident. So, anyway, we are going to continue not murdering some beavers tomorrow. And then I'll be back tomorrow. So, beavers Monday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday, and then Factorio Sunday. But you got to be keeping an eye on the notifications, because I might play another round of Factorio at some time during the week. So yeah, they're shooting again. Don't know why.
Well.
So anyway, thank you. Good night, and thank you very much for that glorious hype train. Good night, take care, and stay effective, everyone.